It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a something, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
bands, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show you dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that energy extra. They wanna see me with the hitters.
Leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Play games.
Là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI, Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Là đây mình chỉ cho giúp bài.
Muốn thấy ác quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây.
Với 4 chức vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa.
Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ để bẹp tất cả.
Cân 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight cân 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
Thứ duy nhất mà em sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại ở đây. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. Overtime.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi bãi bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Ever Finest ở FFSI.
Xuống Việc của mình cố gắng nam châm, bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cần cả team các bạn.
I'ma let you hear 'em just to prove you wrong. Way up, on track, now we going way up. Way up, now we going way up. Now we going on track, now we going way up. Way up, now we going way up. Now we going.
SE sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับผมโจนะกัปตันทีมยูฟินิกนักสู้ที่ดีที่สุดในเกมอยู่ทีมผมนี่แหละครับผมเป็นคนชอบกินส่วนถ้าถามผมว่าชอบกินอะไรผมตอบได้เลยว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่มะระชีวิตผมสบายมากแล้วผมเล่นเกมอะไรก็เก่งแน่นอนว่าสำหรับเกมนี้ผมนำมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้วส่วนนี่E-Word Already มีตำแหน่งคือ Attacker มีดีที่หน้าตาแถมลีลาไม่แพ้ใครส่วนเรื่องฉายาใครๆก็เรียกเขาว่าดอยแต่ถ้าคู่แข่งเจอผมรับรองว่ามีหงอยแน่นอนครับคนนี้คือ E-Word God Crude ตำแหน่ง Attacker และเป็น In-Game Leader ฉายาของเขาคือจอมโจรคูดชอบหยิบของเพื่อนกินชอบนอนแต่สำหรับเกมนี้เขาชอบเอาชนะคนนี้คือ E-Word Mochi อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์มีงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นกีตาร์ชอบท้าคู่แข่งและชนะได้ด้วยทำให้เขาได้ฉายาอุลตร้าแมนคนสุดท้ายคือ E-Word Get High เป็น Attacker ของทีมไม่มีงานอดิเรกไม่มีฉายามีแต่คำว่าแชมป์ในหัวใจพวกเรา E-Word Phoenix ฆ่ามาก็ไม่ตายล้มก็ล้มไม่ได้เพราะนกฟีนิกซ์เกิดใหม่ได้เสมอ
สวัสดีครับผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีม Arena ชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้วไม่มีอะไรคิวมากมายผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีมและชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆวันว่างๆผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆชมบรรยากาศแล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วยส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผมนี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่ง Attacker ของทีมมันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวันพวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลังคนนี้คือลิมิตเขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆอย่าขยับเพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีมเขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเองแล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้เวลาว่างๆเขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ ถึงจะอ้วนซ่าพร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะ ถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อน ชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่งแล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูน ทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจม เพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตีดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายข้าง
สวัสดีครับ ผม FW อลงกรณ์กัปตันทีม FW eSport อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ ผมเป็นคนคิดแผนการเล่นเก่ง และแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้า
Wih, mantap lah. Wih, gila. Tim underdog. Ya ke? Susah. Wih, tak apa tu. Dari underdog lah kita semangat jadi juara. Ya!
Yang ประเทศผมไม่ได้จับฉลากมานะ
Hal yang kita harus lakukan di grand final nanti sih kita harus konsisten sama jangan mengulangi kesalahan yang sama.
Chúng tôi không thích nói nhiều. Hãy đợi màn trình diễn của SE tại chung kết.
การที่เราได้มาเล่นในระดับนี้ก็คุ้มค่ามากเลยครับส่วนผลงานดีก็เป็นกำไรของเราแล้วครับผลงานดีของตารางเลย
Terbuka omongan orang.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Southeast Asia Invitational Grand Finals Day number 2, where the most tenacious spirits are forged, miracles are conjured, and champions are crowned. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me once more is the Mustachio AJ, bringing you guys all the action.
Yesterday was the day of E-Arena. Today is a day where we want to see if or not the underdogs of the competition will rise up to the occasion. And surprisingly, there's not just one, right? There are a few teams that are pretty much struggling in the grand finals right now.
We have some good examples. Second seed of Indonesia, first Raiders Eclipse.
Yeah.
The only representative of MCPS, Expand, FW Esports.
Correct.
One of the representatives from Thailand. These teams are all at the bottom, and it is a huge climb to the top.
Yeah, teams even like Genesis Dogma, PE Sports haven't really been able to throw it into high gear. Yesterday, they were pretty much in low gear. They were going up a hill. They didn't really want to wreck their engine all that too much. But today is the day where we know for a fact that they are all warmed up. The only thing that needs to click is all of the strategy out there on the battlefield.
Yeah. 4 more rounds remain. By the end of today, we will go past the halfway point, and it would be the point of no return. So teams, if they don't step up today, tomorrow is going to be a tough one.
A tough one's an understatement, Husky. I mean, for example, a team like Expand, who hasn't really been picking up much points out there, it has to be a day of hustle, or else tomorrow is just going to be an absolute impossibility to even find the top half of the leaderboard. But the maps and schedule will be exactly the same as the group stages and the first day of the grand finals. We start things off at Bermuda, head on into Purgatory for match 2, Alpine for game 3, Nextera for game 4, back to Bermuda for game 5, and then the lucky randomizer comes in for game number 6.
Yesterday, we were blessed to see 2 Alpine maps. I wonder what today's map is going to be. And we also found a new overlord for Bermuda. E-Arena has been showing up with an amazing performance on day number 1. 120 points in total, 117 out of 5 of these rounds. They have a ratio of 50 placement points and 70 eliminations. And let's see if they can keep that up today, because they are currently leading the pack, and the team in second is almost 40 points behind them. That's Morph Team.
And look at the number of eliminations that Morph Team has. 37 compared to E-Arena on 70. E-Arena is just absolutely blasting everybody away, right? Magic Esports in the 3rd spot. SBTC, we heard them. They said they're going to be treating the grand finals very differently as opposed to the group stage. One would have thought that was a joke. But based on yesterday's performance, SBTC was absolutely serious about it.
Yeah, and I would say that SBTC, they even scored themselves a booyah in game number 2, right? So being in 4th place isn't necessarily the worst spot to be in until you look at the numbers. They need double the amount of points that they have right now to tie up with E-Arena. I would say that E-Arena, as much as people wrote them off in the group stage, especially the first week, right now they are looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, I don't know who would ever write off the first-seeded team out of Thailand, one of the strongest regions in the world of Free Fire. But if you were one of them, then you might be a tad bit disappointed now, because E-Arena has kicked it into a gear that nobody else can keep up with. It's a McLaren out there on the battlefield. And even though it's a bumpy road all the way to the final circle, they still seem to be making it in there time and time again. Let's take a quick look at the team head-to-head here between EVOS Phoenix and Team Flash. It's pretty equal, you see, on many of these fronts. 6.8 eliminations versus 6.4 eliminations. These are, of course, averages. 3,700 versus 3,400. Not a lot of difference here, Husky.
And you look at these two teams, they have forged a rivalry, primarily the Flames fan by Jonah himself, but those two teams have very different beginnings leading up to this, right?
Yeah.
You have EVOS Phoenix, 2-time world champion, almost getting a 3rd last year, but you also have Team Flash, who have humble beginnings, didn't even make it into the grand finals in Bangkok last year, and here they are going toe-to-toe against EVOS Phoenix. And of course, we talked a lot about Jonah, the instigator, you know, the culprit of all these smack talks, but Yanbin, he's leading his team very well also.
He's leading his team extremely well, but I'm sorry, Yanbin. If you compare stats against Jonah, if you compare performance out there on the battlefield, just total flair of play between these two players, Jonah takes the trophy, Jonah takes the medal anytime, any day. But Team Flash has proven that they are one of those secret underdogs that can still take this competition away.
But they gotta take down Limit first, the featured player once more. Week 2 MVP, and at this point of time, all-time MVP for me, personally, from E-Arena, just an absolute bonkers of a player.
Yeah.
E-Arena said that, well, we don't really have a supporting position. Everyone is an attacker because the best defense is actually offense. If we take them down first, no one can take us down, and Limit has pulled it off.
46 eliminations, 30 assists, 36,000 damage in the group stage alone. Limit was not giving anybody any chances out there on the battlefield, and he's not going to look to do that in the grand finals as well. Let's take a look at the top 3 teams of this map. At Bermuda, once again, PE Sports. They've got the most number of booyahs thus far with a 55% top 3 rate, but that by no means means that they are the strongest nor the most nastiest on this map.
Definitely not. Yesterday, you look at EA and PE, vastly different top 3 rate in terms of percentage, but same amount of average eliminations. That is crazy. We'll delve into the numbers a little bit later, but for now, I want to hear what the players have to say to each other for this grand finals.
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của Team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của Team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับเก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Emot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Oh my mama. So we saw 2 things, right? We saw the team head-to-head, we saw the player head-to-head, and then we saw the roast video where 2 of these teams got thrown in there.
I gotta say, man, again, right, Team Flash had humble beginnings.
Yeah.
They came in, they finished the group stage, first time qualifying for the grand finals. You know, big improvement since FFWS Bangkok.
Yes.
And then you look at the day 1 finisher. They are effectively just 7 points behind EVO's Phoenix.
Absolutely.
This rivalry is getting closer and closer, getting more and more intense, and I am loving it. Thank you, Jonah, for lighting the fire in Team Flash. Now I want to see Team Flash kick some butt, AJ.
I think they were already kicking butt yesterday as well, right? They played Bermuda twice alongside Team EVOS Phoenix. EVOS Phoenix only managed to pick up a total of 6 points on Bermuda yesterday.
Oh, yes.
And Team Flash picked up 12. So they're already kicking some butt. Let's see if that butt kicking can continue, of course, in here today. And I mean, it's high time someone showed the 2-time world champs that there is a little bit of challenge out there in the world of Free Fire, and they're not going to be able to reign all the time.
And even if they were to do so, they have to really, you know, pour sweat into it, right? It's not going to be an easy road. I know we said this last year in Bangkok, but I think the challenge right now, even in this local SEA region, is just so much more intense than what we have seen across the past 2 years.
Magic Esports trying out something very different, very weird, but very dangerous.
Look at that, GD and Team Flash. They are literally sharing the same area. We might see an early elimination just like yesterday. And if anything, yesterday was not a good day for FRSGD. You already have Borges getting a knock. Rip got Yanbin both going down. These teams are trading blows. Both of them losing 2 members.
Kiki Bloody right in front. Borges takes the final shot, and Team Flash, a flashy exit. And what are we? Just at the minute mark.
Yeah, gone in a flash, they say. Yes.
And barely a minute of play because, you know, that 1 minute started when the flight started kicking off as well, right? So that is just so unfortunate for Team Flash.
What was that flick by Wasana? Just absolutely clipping Don't Cry in the skull. There's the RGS 50 from the Trogon, I believe, from Nero. Don would just get tagged up, so the campfire hitting him up just a little bit. The A124 also used very early on, so that duration is going to run out in a couple more seconds. MGE, they are bringing in backup. PE needs to run.
MGE, they just rotated extremely fast, man. They dropped in 3 different spots, and Wasana was the only one stuck in this compound alongside PE Sports. He called for that backup, flicked that headshot, bought enough time for the rest of his team members, and now Donbu gets a knock as well. Team Magic Esports are not messing around with PE Sports at all. A quick revival attempt coming through from PE Sports. So Saming with the one shot. Donbu finishes off New K. That's going to be too easy, but DNP already getting the deed done to bring back the rest of PE Sports.
He might not have time. Like what? He needs
Nice
like
grenade.
nice grenade, slow him down. DNP, can you play Ring of Honor Rosa? Just buy a bit of time, can't do it. MGE steals everything away. Not that they needed it, but 2.5 minutes, we already lost 2 full squads. And the craziest thing is that day number 2, teams are switching up their drop spots.
Yeah.
Some of them are. We are seeing all these massive hot drops, right? Just like yesterday.
Lozzie's a rich boy, buys back 2 of his team members instantly. Don't need no revival points when you are stacked in cash. But to the 2 teams who have perished so far, Team Flash and PE Sports, they just need to try again a little bit later. PE Sports yesterday on Bermuda scored a total massive of where were they in the overall grand scheme of things? 20 points, so an average of 10 points from each time they played Bermuda. So it's a little unfortunate that they crashed and burned this time round. Hopefully they do find a little bit of better luck later on. EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, very close to Magic Esports at peak. Wasana, Saming, Donbu, all of them approaching the compound of EVOS Phoenix. Little by little, Get High is about to get caught out here, Husky.
EVOS Phoenix, they will have to at least try to split up their force, which they are, right? Get High is kind of the scout right now, and MG not making any contact. Good news for EVOS Phoenix. They also ran into the Arsenal, so extra weaponry for them. It's a very good start despite not having the high tier loot zone by their side. GRC, on the other hand, very split up in terms of their rotation. In the middle of the map, nonetheless, this is pretty fortunate, if you ask me.
You gotta respect the growth of GRC just in this competition alone. They just took on First Raiders Eclipse and made them look like absolutely nothing, forcing First Raiders to run away from that engagement. But GRC makes a good call as well to not over push into the compound of First Raiders and to play their luck a little bit too much. They back away, and now they get the opportunity to meet Expand halfway through. Expand, as usual, looting up those bunkers first, now heading straight into its Bhima Sakti. They have a revival point halfway through, so if things do go south for either one of these teams, getting their squad right back in is not going to be an issue. High ground advantage. X-Roy, I believe, has spotted out GRC already. Axel flanks from the right-hand side. In the meantime, Team FW Esports meets MGE out in the open, and shots from Saming will force them to pop that Steffi first. 3 glue walls wasted by FW already because of these open grounds.
And remember, Saming is running the Iris, right? So you have a lot more incentives to shoot at these glue walls. They do lose Wasana thanks to Alon Korn, who has that grenade launcher in his hand. And Saming, he's going to run out of that Iris buff very soon. And Naifan punishes Saming for overstaying. Not the start that MG wants, but if you're FW, you're happy with these 2 kills.
That was a great counter by FW. Yes, they did get the glue wall tag by that Iris shot out of Saming, but they immediately back away behind a boulder, so Iris was absolutely useless in that position. Too Fast gets knocked down by 18DA, instantly executed as well. It's going to be X-Roy now, taking on the full squad of GRC. Cobra a little bit too far away to back them up. Fire is just keeping Cobra away. Roy goes down as well. Things are breaking down pretty quickly for Expand, and it doesn't look good. Now the rush comes on through. Cobra's next on the line.
Yeah, just nothing that X-Man could do in this situation. Cobra didn't have time to recover. The fact that X-Ray was in a 1v4, that in of itself is already very telling of Expand's position in that skirmish. There was never really an opportunity for them to do anything. GRC didn't have to use much. Thankfully, Expand are still in this game, but they are heavily crippled. FW not done just yet. Looking for Donbu. He gets dropped thanks to the Homer drone. And you only have one last member of MG trying to capture that revival point. And that would be Craven, right? Outside of the circle. As Sentosa, he will be able to bring them back at least.
Great play by Craven as always. Magic Esports has always counted on him. The number of time Craven has been there for his squad. 12 rescues in total during the group stage. And that is the most in comparison to anybody else from the team. If you want a backup player, you can bet on Craven. And that's exactly what MGE has been able to cash out on. Saming, Donbu, Wasana, all heading right back into the game. but a couple of them just outside of the circle. One catches up with Craven, the one and only Wasana, but this is not going to be too much of an issue because EVOS Phoenix, who is in front of them, has already started their maneuver towards this next circle as well. So MG is not going to be disturbed as they try to loot outside of the circle.
GRC, they are in the very center as well, and lo and behold, there's a vending machine right in a very complex neighborhood at Katalistewa, which is the center of the safe zone. This is the perfect scenario for GRC to bunk in and basically just wait until the very end. It could set them up for a booyah if the circle continues to close in towards the direction.
Very smart positioning as well, straight towards that vending machine. They are going to hunker down and play total defense from here on forth, unless that circle moves away. Yoss gets sniped from afar. It's the Car 98 in the hands of a Longcon. And FW Esports, they've got that high ground advantage. One quick pop of that Woodpecker. It finds Yoss. SF just put on the back foot now. As FW, they flank around from the right-hand side. All of the players from the side of FW clumping up together. No grenades being sent by Genesis Dogma just yet. Genesis, they go ahead to disengage with the players of FW Esports. They show their backs, but will they be punished? They throw out those glue walls right in front of them for the perfect cover, and they find a hut to find a little bit of defensive position in, and FW Esports does not go in for the pursuit. I love this from FW because they know if they just run in the open, things might just turn around.
And this is what we call restraint, right, from FW. You look at their standings yesterday, they finished 10th place, only 36. So you don't want to take these risks, at least not in their position. You already have 3 eliminations thanks to the early fight against MGE. There's still 9 teams left. FW, what they were good at in the first 2 weeks was just being a bit patient, taking these slow rounds. And yesterday, they were completely mowed over by aggressive teams, but right now they are in control of the state of the round.
They were, overall in the grand scheme of things, not performing well yesterday, but Bermuda was their better map. They did manage to score, I believe, a total of, in the surplus of 20 points, somewhere around 23, 25 points. So that's going to be a good indication of how far they can go. Thus far, 4 eliminations already. If you want to look at the averages, they just need 6 more points to keep up with their performance. They just have to buck up on some of these other maps. Alternatively, FW can just push the boundaries and pick up way more points on a map that they're already proficient at. But that will, of course, include getting into the final circle safely, which explains why they didn't go for GRC and try to hunt them down.
For game 1, I think some of these teams would be very, very happy because the pace not only slowed down, but 2 out of 3 teams that performed pretty well yesterday have already been knocked out early on. Well, I say 2, but I would kind of put... Oh yeah, so Team Flash and Peace were there together, so I'm correct. 2 of the 3 teams that got eliminated had a decent run yesterday. Team Flash is 7th, Peace Sports is 8th. So there's more opportunities for teams like FR to recover, for teams like FW to also make it up the leaderboard. And FW, they are very near GD, who, by the way, just sent Dels away, Kiki to follow him. So they have completely avoided a part of FW.
GRC needs to be very careful. They are in the perfect defensive position, but everybody's going to be trying to take over that vending machine from them, which makes them target number 1 in the grand scheme of things, and 2 teams can head towards their way. And one of them, unfortunately, is E-Arena. Longcon goes down from a long AWM snipe from Tyson, but he gets picked instantly up, and he goes right back down. Artemis with the RGS 50 out of nowhere.
This is just relentless assault from SBTC, and FW have not been able to find a room to return fire thanks to the constant knock onto Aloncorn, who I believe got knocked out at least 3 times. Is getting tortured by the members of SBTC. FW finally now have some space to breathe. Can't say the same for Magic Esports, which are getting ran at by EVOS Phoenix.
Let's see how EVOS takes this one. MGE already, but Get High's down on the ground. Saming with a fantastic snipe from afar already. And they need to clutch this out. Jonah down on the ground. He is going to get picked right back up. Can he recover in time though? Craven down on the ground. In the meantime, it's going to be Susanna who knocks down already. And out of nowhere, Morphine drops by. And this should be the end for EVOS Phoenix. Moji turns his back around. Pew, one good shot, one good snipe is going to be able to take him down. And that's exactly what happens. Woodpecker straight to the head. EVOS Phoenix out in 9th spot.
I'll tell you what's the insult to injury, AJ.
Yeah.
EVOS Phoenix rushes MG, gets wiped out by more team, and MG revives the whole team. Thanks to Saming. Remember, this guy, he's not only running the Iris, he has the Raphael, he has the Maro. So that earlier shot onto Get High bled him up so fast that EVOS Phoenix could not recover him.
The unfortunate thing here for EVOS Phoenix is yesterday on Bermuda, they played it twice, they only picked up 6 points. They didn't seem to pick up much from this game as well. So I'm not so sure exactly what's happening, but Along Khan flicks around 2 times and manages to pull away 2 points. This guy on fire, taking every single opportunity sent his way. In the meantime, it's going to be GRC. They were hunkering down here at Katulistiwa from moments ago. 2 circles ago, they got here and they want to protect this vending machine. SBTC teases them for a tad bit, but circles around towards outside of the circle. You can see vending machine play from Tyson. Artemis and Han bought right back, and SBTC is right back in for the game. But GRC wants to get aggressive. They go for the push.
Yeah, and that could be a good decision because SBTC are not in fighting shape. E-Arena, by the way, is not in this game anymore. So all these teams now have a free-for-all opportunity. Lozzy was able to find Armbot off screen, but GRC instantly pushes right into Neo, and he will get basically evaporated by the assault. Quad kill for 18 there already, as on the other hand, FR takes on both teams, their brethren from the same region. FR having support from long range, Souza doing the job that he needs to accomplish. Pew was able to get rid of Lozzy, but Dels comes in and was able to get a decent trade. FR needs a bit more team holding the fort with all these blue walls. North completely caught off guard, and Morph now buys some time. Susanna needs help right now. Clusters from the high ground. Yoss takes that away. FR get nothing.
FR gets absolutely nothing. Morph team should be able to snuff out Souza as well. Drogon in hand. Souza needs to turn around. Over the glue wall. All thanks to a little bit of the elevation from that hill. And Souza wins out that fantastic fight from afar. Kiki does manage to do a little bit of damage as well. And Genesis Dogma just helping out a tad bit. First Raiders wasting a little bit of time outside of the circle, but the circle is pretty close to him. In the meantime, Genesis Dogma repositions a little far away from FW. FR, this might just be the last run for them.
That's what I call a slam dunk from FR. Well, GRC, 8 eliminations, still in Katulistiwa. That was where they were earlier, well, a couple minutes ago, and that read was the best read that they've ever could have gotten for themselves. FR trying to push right in, and they gotta get through GD first. Yoss does get tagged, and the blue zone will help take him down, giving an easy kill over to Knife, and FW Esports now will touch down in the safe zone as GD loses some precious members. Not the best for them, but the 2 teams to watch out for are GRC and SBTC. The circle moves away from all of them.
FW needs to travel a long way now, and Genesis Dogma thankfully only has 1 player, so FW doesn't need to worry about the manpower on the left-hand side. Souza goes down. I believe it's Kiki that put him out of the equation, and now it's going to be Boon James. Car's up in flames already. He meets Kiki halfway. 1 more shot required, but Kiki ducks away from this battle, hides himself for the time being. In the meantime, it's going to be SBTC continuing his fight against GRC. Admirable effort by SBTC, recovers in time, loots up the field, and gets right back into the fight against GRC, who are now outside of the next circle, albeit not too far away at all.
The only 2 teams that had decent standings yesterday in top 6 right now, SBTC and GRC. And now they both have a chance to increase that lead. Naifan was knocked down by the blue zone and easily taken care of by Fires. GRC basically on fire at this point. I believe either 9 or 10 eliminations, but they have SBTC they need to worry about, and to run into the circle right now will put them in the line of sight of Valoncourt.
Is exactly what we were talking about. GRC, they should not be underestimated. The decision-making from the side of GRC has been phenomenal thus far in this game, and it has been on the constant improvement from the group stages alone. Boon James with the cluster, and he is going to try to find a couple of more shots against all of these players, but FW holding on to a very dangerous position. For the time being, that bridge is going to be on the hip, within the circle, but when the circle starts moving, they will have to hop on up, and that'll put them in a very risky position. 18D could not go in for the save, has to back away. Genesis Dogma with 1 final player, and he's safe and sound, but until, of course, a grenade reaches him.
GRC are in a very good spot right now, AJ, because FW, they gotta jump off this bridge. GRC needs to hold on. Don't be greedy, Liam. Just run out the clock. The siren is just blare. FW needs to take them on. 2 versus 3. Aloncorn makes the first move, jumps right down, putting it very vulnerable to the members of GRC. And look at all the chip damage coming through. Fice does get knocked though. Oh, Bunjin from afar able to get that support in. Aloncorn does get traded back. 1v2. Bunjin, can you get the clutch? Luo has gone down as well. Lim in the front with the charge buster in hand. Bunjin does not have the health to deal with them. GRC starts off day 2 with a booyah.
GRC Aphrodite, second booyah on Bermuda from the group stage into the grand finals, and they are ecstatic. And this was a team that was struggling. This was the team that was struggling to even get into the top 12, to even qualify for the grand finals. One final day of performance on the 4th day of play, and they made it in. They scraped through with 2 points, but they showed their quality on that final day, and the quality has not diminished. In fact, it has increased.
And this was the team that we dubbed to be the dark horse, the black sheep of the Indonesian region. Out of the 4 teams, they were the 4th seed coming into this. And at one point we were like, well, I guess the 4th seed of Indonesia is not going to make it through. It always kind of give them the responsibility of proving everyone wrong. But right now, they have definitely proved a very, very strong point in this opening round.
MGE earlier on, they thought they would be able to just eat up EVOS Phoenix and walk away, but it was Morph team that was the biggest winners in that engagement. Then Morph, of course, happened to find First Raiders as well. They didn't go in for the finisher as they desperately needed to reposition, and as they went in to look for that circle, later on it was Genesis Dogma that kind of dealt with those players, but Souza with that slam dunk onto the player from the side of Morph, that was not expected at all. I did not see that coming.
Oh, yesterday was Thai and Vietnam, Thailand-Vietnam affair. This round 1 is kind of an Indonesian affair. All the 4 teams of that region made it pretty far, I believe, to top 6 at least, with GRC getting the booyah of all teams. But it was also because of the fact that they read the circle, right? They went all the way to Katulistiwa, and that was where they just set up shop and waited until the very end.
GRC was not greedy. GRC was very careful. GRC did not hide from battles. When they were out in the open and they had to take a fight, they took that fight very confidently. Expand was the perfect example. They came across them in the open fields as they were trying to rotate in towards the next safe zone, looking for that vending machine smack dab in that middle of that safe zone. And Expand just stood in their way. And for some weird reason, Expand just did not engage properly. I saw a fantastic flank from Axel, but then just nothing was done.
That didn't felt like a fight at all, honestly. I honestly, it gives me the impression that Expand just was not ready for that encounter. It's another round where they couldn't get their feet off the ground. Like, what, 7 rounds in a row already? Not looking too good. But GRC Aphrodite, the complete opposite, with 18 Deer as the MVP. Lim also matching his total eliminations. And the entire team getting 12 of those kills and a booyah.
I mean, GRC is not the weakest team out there, but they are still a team that Expand should have been able to handle pretty decently well. And if they could not do that, then I'm pretty worried for how much they can chug out within this grand finals. But hope is still there though. Let's look at the setup from Team GRC. A Homer Chrono, Steffi A124 setup. Super balanced. You've got your aggression through Homer as well as the A124. But I think GRC does not use it in an aggressive manner at all. It's more towards the defensive plays to get to a better circle, to use the Homer only when push comes to shove.
Yeah, and you can see the distribution of the characters, right? You have the A124 having the Capella with her, Steffi having the auto. It's just a good mix, a good balanced composition. And you have 18 Deer, who is the guy with the Homer, has a very standard setup as well, the Awaken Hayato, the Awaken Kelly, and the J-Beeps, even taking the Falco, so he can get those early drops and perhaps use that Homer drone to get an early knockout.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, just like Kelly, just like Capella, only one player is going to be bringing that Falco in. You don't really need many. You cannot stack all of these passives. You cannot stack all of these effects from the pets as well. So it is something that the players are definitely keeping in mind, but the setup coming through from him is perfect to go out there for the aggressive play. The Homer, once it slows down people already, you've also got the Awaken Hayato to take those frontal assaults, and with the M1014, you are the one doing more damage. Even if your opponent has a similar weapon, they're not going to be able to down you as quickly as they want to.
Yeah, I mean, the Awaken Hayato encourages you to fight more, because you only take reduced damage from the front, right? He wants you to take those shots.
You can't run.
He wants you to take the shots in the face, you know.
Yeah.
That's what a true ninja does. GRC Aphrodite with 24 points to start off the second day of the group stage. FW coming in very, very close with 19 in second, right? Genesis Dogma also not doing too bad, getting 17. Then you look at the bottom, E-Arena, very slow start. Evil's Phoenix, very slow start. Well, Expand, very slow start. And the other two Vietnamese teams, no start.
No, they started, but unfortunately they had a flashy end at the very start. So unfortunate for them. Magic Esports First Raiders Eclipse, they did manage to travel quite close towards that final circle, but it was just a little unfortunate that they got into too many skirmishes before getting there. Unlike GRC, who said, no thank you sir, we'll meet you later, maybe, if you make it there. And they were the first ones. So I think they have already proven this concept, right? Stay away from battles, play it as safe as possible. You're still going to be able to score decently well and get the booyah for yourself.
It's a decent clapback, because yesterday, E-Arena, SBTC, Magic Esports, they were hot dropping the ID teams and wiping them out.
Yeah.
Well, at least we saw some redemption, some retribution from one of the Indonesian teams at the very beginning, wiping out Team Flash of all teams. Evil's Phoenix should be happy, but they only got 3 points, so the rivalry still continues. Only 10 points sets these two teams apart.
That being said, I don't think they are hot dropping on purpose. I think it's just
happened.
Coincidental because at this level, at this point where you've got limited number of games, the last thing you want is to get annihilated by Team Flash or any of the other squads out there. That being said, let's see exactly who gets annihilated in game number 2, but that's only after a quick short break.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้จริงเลยผลงานหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมากแต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิค1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิคที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first, Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
Phoenix from the start of the game. Hold on.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือ8ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาอย่างที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Egot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
Expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the too fast. Rip got out. Team Black out.
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan.
'Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam. Vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti. Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing blow.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, get over.
GRC, win.
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ผิดพลาดของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ ตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก1ครับผม แต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยาลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
ยาลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จีพี่
The equation fits. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Moshi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Emot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan.
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih. Kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝากถึงเฟิร์สไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar. Kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the Kumpas. Pass. Rip gone out. Team Black out. GRC.
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คม
ตึง
ความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญสำหรับผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam. Vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp eSport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh. Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing block.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep this out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
GRC, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita, jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih, soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Mosley goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือ8ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan. vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan.
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih. Kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar. Kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the too fast. Rip got out. Team left out.
ก็ฝากถึง X-Fan นะครับ I love you X-Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญสำหรับผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh. Ya kalau buat gua sih player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing blow.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
GRC, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลยผลงานหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวีค 1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวีคที่ 2 ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW they're going straight for limit. The nade come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เดียรีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่ง อย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยารีน่าเหรอครับ รอบเกมไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับ พี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับ ทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลยอะ
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
The equation fest, leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือ8ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับ ดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan.
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih. Kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar. Kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the Kumpas. Rip gone out. Team Flash out. GRC
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คมตึง ความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับ ที่ได้แชมป์โลก 3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy day. Ya kalau buat Gua sih player sekarang ya emang udah
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing block.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, Gedeobat.
Jersey, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ ตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก1ครับผม แต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down, FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Mosi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by Liverpool fast. Rip got out. Team Black out.
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam. Vô địch!
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก 3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng. Easy day.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player sekarang ya emang udah
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing goal.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
Jarsi, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ ตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก1ครับผม แต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่ 2 ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เดี๋ยวลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งจะโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
เยลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือแหละครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already, lu panutan gue banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จีพี่
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Moshi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียร์
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแปดครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Igot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังจับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the too fast. Rip got out. Team Flash out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X-Fan นะครับ I love you X-Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng. Easy day.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing blow.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
GRC, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมากแต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิค1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิคที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW, they're going straight for limit. The nade comes through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
เยาลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
ยาลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบหวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first, leave turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leave do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือ8ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับเก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์เรเดอร์นะครับก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the Kumpas. Rip gone out. Team Flash out.
ก็ฝากถึง X-Fan นะครับ I love you X-Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญสำหรับผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng. Easy day.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing block.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
GRC, win.
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลยผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวีค1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวีคที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds the knock onto Aloncorn, but FW they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
ยาลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
ยาลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
The equation first, Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Mosi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
เพราะทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับเก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evos, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ
Welcome back, survivors. We are truly sorry for the long delay. There was a technical difficulty here in the studio. Husky went to the toilet. He couldn't open the door. We had to break the door down, save the poor guy. He was sweating all over. Needed to wipe him down as well. He's now my baby. I just adopted him.
Thank you very much for throwing me under the bus. This is what best partners do. I've lodged a complaint yesterday after you ruined my relationship, and it was labeled.
You went back home. You brought her some fried chicken, and I know she loves you more now.
I label this as a toxic work relationship. We'll get that sorted out after the show because we have more important and pressing matters at hand. It's game number 2. Finally, we're gonna head into purgatory.
Finally.
And then, well, if anything, game 1 showed us is that this is a completely different dynamic from yesterday. Most of the top teams that performed yesterday bombed up in game 1. So maybe we would see this continue in game 2.
That is a good thought. Will this continue or will it flip around? Will the top performers come back to shape? E-Arena, they brought the fire yesterday, but today they pretty much fizzled out within match number 1, only picking up a total of 3 points. That was their performance. Guess where? In Purgatory yesterday.
Maybe the winds would change, right? Maybe they would repeat their performance of Bermuda on Purgatory yesterday, which was the only map that they struggled on.
Maybe. We'll see if or not that happens, or hopefully for the rest of the teams here who are trying to catch up to their 120-point massive run yesterday, E-Arena fizzles out once again prematurely. So we have a little bit more of an equal fight, because the one thing I would hate to have is a determined champion by the end of day 2. So I'm sorry, E-Arena. I just want to close the fight. EVOS Phoenix getting tagged up super early and get high. Will pull his chrono out, but Borge says, I'm sorry, sir, it does not work against my UMP. Drops by him, eliminates him instantly, and now Genesis Dogma sending EVOS Phoenix running. Moshi hanging by to buy a little bit more time for the gang, but I don't think this is going to be a lot of time at all.
The EVOS Phoenix have already evacuated one of their members already, trying to look for a clutch. Borge, good trade. Moshi goes down. Kiki still on the ground.
Whoa.
Already is dead. The ice grenade connects already. Has to use his time turner. Not sure if GD can snipe him, but one thing is for sure. Already is trapped, and look at where Jonah is. He did pick up that grenade launcher. Is he running back? He's gonna try.
Yeah.
From that range. Absolute lunacy from Jonah. Gets a snipe on the Kiki.
Oh, fantastic. This is just the duo of Jonah and already doing their work on 4 players from the side of Genesis Dogma. And Jonah does manage to eliminate Kiki as well. Genesis Dogma on the back foot. They cannot deal with already. Jonah is flanked on from that left-hand side. Both these players are supreme when it comes to those long-range attacks, and already finds Borges as well to make things a little bit worse. Yoss does go ahead to buy Kiki right back into the game. Borges gets picked right back up, and they just do not know how to deal with the players of EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah, already sees that drop, so he's going to take care of Kiki first, just so that the playing field remains at a manageable level, right? You don't want this 4v2 scenario. He's going to try already, forced to reload, even tagged up by the Homer drone, so Kiki is going to drop for sure. And GD, they will just try to keep Evo's Phoenix around this compound for as long as possible. Jonah, he's already on the run. He knows that this is basically a done deal. He cannot stick around.
I bet you Kiki was screaming at his teammates, "Pop the homer! Pop the homer! He's shooting me!" And he shoots one down yet again. Dels pops his head up and unfortunately gets it blown right off. Thankfully, it's just a knock, no elimination just yet. Xroid does get a little bit of a revenge play here by shutting down Don't Cry. Nero brought right back into the game, and Expand Axel this time round has got the Mac-10 in hand. Roy gets dropped by Don't Cry. AC-80 from afar, but Nero drops right in front of Axel, and the Mac-10 bites him up.
They did end up losing Xroid though, so it's still a decent trade for PE Sports. Don't Cry getting tagged to the wall. Axel needs a bit more. Can't find it. Don't Cry finds cover just in time.
Expand doing so much better in these engagements now. Cobra just trying to circle around, going up against New K, the one and only Axel. M82B versus a Mac-10. I'm gonna bet on that Mac-10 anytime, any day. Jonah going in for the revival. Nobody else at golf course to stop the two-time world champs from getting this done. New K circles around. Axel has got the RGS-50, needs a good pop. Ice Grenade will force him away from his defenses first. New K just goes and jiggle peeks, pulls Axel out of his defense, but the Mac-10 catches his head. PE Sports no match for Expand when they are on this sort of a form. But as I say that, Cobra gets dropped by Don't Cry, and Jonah hops on out of his time turner. Can he get it? He does manage to get Jonah down onto the ground, but that revival is not gonna come on through.
It actually did. At the very end, just in time also. Axel 1 versus 1. Don't Cry revived his entire team with a vending machine. Axel has to win this. He gotta take out Don't Cry, buy his team back before the rest of PE Sports drop down. It's not an easy job. And Axel knows it. Turns the corner. Bonfire right there. The glue wall dropped down also. In the meantime, the rest of Evo sees Phoenix just revived. They're going to run into more team. And Axel was able to buy 2 of his teammates back also. So Expand's run continues. And Axel, I would say in the situation, he did the best he could.
I mean, that was God level play by Axel there. Just rushing towards that vending machine, erecting a quick glue wall, buying back 2 players before getting taken down. Well played by him. Already pulls out that M1887. And 2 players get taken down both at the same time by Flash as well as Morph Team. Morph Team going in for the absolute slay alongside Team Flash. And it looks like this might just be the end for EVOS Phoenix as already gets put out of commission. There is yet another player, I believe, for the side of EVOS Phoenix who can still play the game of revival.
You gotta be incinerated by the sun before you can come back to life. EVOS Phoenix somehow still in this round. And they have been, for the first 5 minutes of the entire match, pressured by GD, pressured by Team Flash, ran into more team, and still remains kicking in this round.
After all, good glue wall by Tyson, but he will still get hunted down. Woodpecker gets pulled out halfway through. FW now trying to run away after just moments ago trying to wrap all of those players instantly. Gmello alongside Boonjame, 2 players still up and kicking, but SPTC now goes in for the hunt. Artemis the flank from the right-hand side. Boonjame comes out with an M1014. M1014 is gonna get this, but the timing's perfect from Artemis. The Mag 7 tags him up. 1 more shot required. Grenade does not connect, and Artemis CQC with the AC-80 for taste, and SBTC gets FW out.
Absolute heartbreak for FW. They were a few steps away from that vending machine, and that run could have continued. But Team Flash turned their attention onto the high ground. They're going to push it straight into more team. With only 2 members, Ambot right there with Ripgod. Both of them drop low. Ripgod getting pushed as well. Pew coming in to support his buddy. Yanbin just backstabs Pew from behind with that shotgun. The 10-14, a bit too deadly. And Team Flash wins out this initial engagement. Susanna actually shows up to the fight with that double revolver. Ambot able to down BO with the mini Uzi. Ambot turns the corner. Susanna helps him out. The double revolver taking down Ripgod, and Ambot still going strong, but Yanbin, he is still alive, trying to help the rest of Team Flash. BO will be taken out. Yanbin ends up also going down. Team Flash can win this.
Yeah, Susanna, the double revolver supremacist, manages to hop on in there, eliminate 2 players back to back, and just like that helps Morph Team right back up on their feet. Pew's gonna be revived momentarily, but at the very same time, it looks like Team Flash will be able to back away with Bloody on toe. Vending machine, but Bloody! Blood all over the floor. Team Flash expanded in the 11th spot.
EVOS Phoenix, full squad back again for the 2nd time in this game. But now they have an adversary, the first seed of their own region, E-Arena. Orgus driving by, already starts firing shots as well. And E-Arena this time, they are not going to attempt to fight this. All they care about is the circle. But they are split up. This two split. August and Shut Up on one side, Fixer and Limit on the other.
I think they just pulled a fake on EVOS Phoenix. They made it look like they were running away for the circle, but now, just as soon as they dipped out of sight, they turned that vehicle around and they are finding defensive positions. They want to counter-attack EVOS Phoenix, and I don't know if or not EVOS has got enough utilities on them to survive this onslaught. Already picking up whatever he can find. In the meantime, I believe that is First Raiders Eclipse on the way to their compound as well, but EVOS Phoenix, they just have that one player right in front of them, so the probability of survival is high. Cobra still alive and kicking as Axel gets taken out of the equation, and it is the players of SBTC putting on the hurt on them. Max 7 Artemis, full of fury, jumps on in without any fear whatsoever, finds no players, pops the Steffi. Max 7 still gets one, but traded out by Roy.
There's gonna be a nade coming through from Neo. Yes, the cluster's also massive damage coming through. Connecting on the Cobra once more. Extra force to bring him back up, but there's no time for that. SBTC cleans up the remnants of Expand, and they don't even have a full team around. Meanwhile, FR runs into the E-Arena, the team that has been giving them nightmares since the group stage, and FR were like, well, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna fight this. No chance. As Darko drives away, Souza gets abandoned.
Yep.
The E-Arena should be able to pick up another free kill unless they can find Darko also. Putting up those glue walls, trying to create some distance, find some cover. Darko dropping low, finds a compound.
Darkhold and also finds a revival platform right in front of him. By the time E-Arena gets there, Darkhold will not be able to bring back the full squad, so Souza needs to buy a lot of time. Ice Grenade drops by, but it is going to be the skill that takes him out at the end of the day. E-Arena 4 eliminations already. They're going to circle around from that right-hand side and catch Darkhold in the meantime. Darkhold does not stop by on that revival platform, abandons the vending machine at the same time. Guy must be broke.
No, he did buy 2 of his teammates back. The vending machine was stacked on top of the revival point. So GD, well, FR not out just yet. GRC, you can't say the same for them. They just lost 1 member, I believe, to MGE from the other side of the island. Just Saming with the snipe, the car of all weapons.
First Raiders, Lozzy backs away from Shut Up with the Trogon in hand. Goes in for the chase. Darkhold appears out of nowhere from the back, but no backup for Lozzy whatsoever. Fixer will get that solution sorted out with the Groza. And now I believe 2 more players on for First Raiders Eclipse. They split off in 2 different directions. Hopefully they can survive long enough. GRC in the meantime, they're going to be tagging up players from the side of MGE, but Wasana gets away first, and he should be followed by Saming momentarily. PE Sports rotating towards Saming. This does not look good for MGE.
And GRC winning the snipe wars, basically. One of the knocks on the Donbu basically was an instant bleed out because he did it, because there's the Raphael also. So made it pretty hard for MGE to retaliate. Shut Up is trying to secure this one onto Darko and do so with the Trogon. FR still in the game. A lot of these teams in this second match basically don't have much firepower because they were just constantly getting revived. Saming, on the other hand, now has 2 members of PE Sport that he needs to deal with.
This is the encounter that we were talking about moments ago, and Saming clearly did not stand a chance. 1v2. The movements out of PE Sports just a little too tricky to deal with at that point. Genesis Dogma already in the next circle, so they don't really have to travel all that too far. They meet SBTC halfway through, catching 2 players off guard. The other 2 out in the open. Genesis Dogma can go in for a very quick attack and finish this off, but they buy a lot of time for themselves, and they waste a great opportunity.
Donbu brought back by his team. Wasana, on the other hand, taking massive damage off screen. But PE Sports will need to retreat. I believe that vehicle is still operable, just barely. Donbu will need to at least get someone on it. Craven will join him in the passenger seat. FR finally dies to the blue. The rest of the arena now making it into the circle. They might be able to gatekeep PE Sports, who have 1 member on the bridge. But in front of them, oh, that's going to be EVOS Phoenix. UAV deployed to find some info. Expand, meanwhile, knocked out.
That's a little unfortunate for the MCPS team. Craven tries to swim across. MGE has just lost their backup player, their perfect revival specialist. Without Craven, it's going to be tough for MGE to continue surviving this. But hopefully Donbu can buy the guy right back. EVOS Phoenix. This engagement should have happened moments ago, but Limit opening up the shots against EVOS Phoenix, urging them to respond with a few shots of their own. Homer will slow him down a tad bit. Shut Up. And he starts sniping at GRC instead, just gets distracted for a tad bit. E-Arena needs to gather their forces right back in here before things turn a little sour.
Second UAV deployed, E-Arena now knows that they gotta get through Evo's Phoenix. Look at all of them just bolting straight into the building. Get High does get down, and that's gonna prompt the rest of E-Arena to rush in. And now Evo's Phoenix, they need to somehow get High out of there, but Get High gets eliminated. 3 versus 4, not in favor of Evo's Phoenix, but we've seen this multiple times. The time turner goes down, shut up, Charge Buster in hand. Good glue wall to block the nade. Evo's Phoenix routing from the side entrance. Maybe they can catch E-Arena off guard. That nade from Shut Up goes a bit wide, but was able to get rid of the glue wall at least. As Moshi, he's gonna be going to the far right. Jonah to the center with already by his side. Shut Up, still trying to find a way to rush in, but Evo's Phoenix are now surrounded.
Without the survival specialist, the revival specialist, Craven MGE gets knocked out in the 7th spot. No coming back for them at this point. They'll have to wait for this next matchup. Evo's Phoenix disengages with E-Arena. They move on towards the left-hand side of the building. And here comes Morph Team to save Evo's Phoenix, the 2-time world champs. Morph Team has no idea what they're doing. In the meantime, Jonah gets found. Shudder pushes forth with the Charge Buster. Already in Moshi, they try to back away. But E-Arena now tickled by Morph Team. This is the opportunity for Evos to strike back.
And you can see they Shut Up and Limit. They're looking behind them already. E-Arena stuck in this building. There's not much room for them to move around, but they do have glue walls that they put up preliminary. Ma'ao loses his to that Riptide Rhythm. Evo's Phoenix looking for an opportunity to go for this backstab. As Shut Up gets pressured, Pew takes him down. Now there's an opening for E-Arena to be taken out. E-Arena focusing their attention onto Morph Team. August turns the corner, loses to Ambot. Not the position that they want to be in. Limit needs to help. Evo's Phoenix gets taken out in the meantime, but Limit gets the down. There is still a chance for E-Arena to clutch this out. Fixer pretty healthy. Limit gets pushed, but there is a trade happening. And Fixer, the last man alive, trying to keep E-Arena in this fight.
Yeah, there's a GG for E-Arena by the looks of things. One final player outside of the circle. Circle eating him up. Neo Enhan gets taken out by the blue zone, who is very aggressive right now with the way it's dealing the damage. 2 more teams left. It's GRC and Morph. GRC for the back-to-back booyah on the setup. Anybody that underestimated them, anybody that thought GRC could not make it into the grand finals or make any bit of impact on the grand finals will open their eyes finally and acknowledge Indonesia. Morph Team representing as well. Susanna backs away outside of the circle. AC80 gets whipped up, but what can you do against a Charge Buster? Absolutely nothing. GRC with a back-to-back booyah here in the second day of the finals.
Fever, Pesh Buff, baby, and some shades. Definitely helping out. This is not a replay of the last day of the group stage, I guarantee you. This is the second day of the grand finals, and you just had a team that placed dead last in, the top 12 get a back-to-back booyah.
I was having a conversation with Gideon because you unfortunately couldn't join us on the final day of the plane.
I was driving the plane.
You were flying the plane.
I was flying. I was flying the plane.
If you were driving the plane, I'll have questions, Mr. Pilot. Okay? I had this conversation with Gideon, and Gideon was like, Sasho, really bro, GRC 2E looks like they're solid. There's no way they're gonna drop the ball on the final day. But I said, you gotta believe. You gotta believe in what GRC is capable of. Because so many times during the group stages, GRC showed a lot of promise. It's just that luck just wasn't on their side. And then a few bad decisions made, which caused them to really drop those matches, right? And it was very clear that if they were to make a few tweaks with how they approach the game, just take away the aggression, because clearly they cannot keep up that high level of aggression all the way through, get into the final circle, they can be big winners. And they are playing through to that strategy. And look at that, man. Back-to-back booyah on day 2 of the grand finals for a team that scraped through with 2 points.
Yeah, we're seeing 2 different, I would say, characteristics from the teams that were dominating. Yesterday, E-Arena was all-out offense, right? Run at you, get the booyah, finish first. GRC Aphrodite, a bit different. We don't really run at you, we wait for you to run into us. And both sides of the coin are as effective as it is, proven by all these booyahs. But, you know, with that being said, E-Arena still finished pretty strong. Double-digit kills towards the very end. And in that high-pressure moment, the fact that they were able to pull off and still, you know, take some last-minute points before they got eliminated is impressive.
And it was the initiative by Morph Team that made sure E-Arena was not going to be in that final circle to take that booyah for themselves. We know E-Arena to be a very capable team, capable enough by taking on Evo's Phoenix, handling Morph Team, you know, attacking them from the back and at the same time surviving long enough. But towards the end, if it wasn't for that blue circle piling on all of that damage, there was a high probability that E-Arena could have walked away from that, but just luck wasn't on their side. But I do agree with you, they've turned their tides compared to how they performed on Purgatory yesterday. But GRC, the guys who have now hit a back-to-back booyah in the competition, and these are no small stats, right? They get a total of, what is this? 10 eliminations alongside that booyah for themselves.
Yeah, Liam just chilling this entire game, just 128 damage. Don't need to do too much when you have the circle by your side.
Yeah.
But GRC Aphrodite, once more, reading the circle right and just not engaging in much fights. No, same as Bermuda. They got into counter-listed well very early on. Didn't have to move at all.
Yeah.
Waited for the final circle, got the booyah. Same thing for Purgatory. Got into the circle, everyone was fighting, and they're like, well guys, let's just wait for them to come into us.
Liam's the support player, right? He's usually dealing the damage. He's usually tagging players up. He's got the highest number of assists within the whole of GRC. But in this game, I do agree. I think the guy went to sleep, forgot to wake up. Let's look at their team comp real quick. Chrono, Steffi, A124, Homer. We are seeing a very balanced script here from GRC once again, just like game number 1.
Yeah, not many teams run this 4 different unique characters, and those who do, they have gotten booyahs anyways, but it's just how when you have this composition with you, you are basically assigning specific roles to each of your players.
Yes. And of course, look at 18 Dia, the way he plays that Hayato, Awaken Kelly, as well as J Beeps. You know that's a very aggressive setup alongside Fires. He's got the Chrono, he's got the Raphael, Moko, Hayato. He's going to be sniping from afar. He's going to be making players bleed out before they can even react out there on the battlefield. Speaking of which, Fires is your MVP. He is the overall MVP for GRC, even from the group stages, and he leads them into the grand finals with the exact same tenacity. M82B in his hands, penetrating all of those glue walls. Not many of those players stood a chance against his snipes.
Yeah, very deadly on the Raphael as well. They won out the early kind of snipe fight against MGE, and he was the one who got the knock and basically bled Donbu out in the open.
Yeah.
Right. And this was also a team that, well, this is also a team that doesn't run the Dreki.
Yes.
Double Arvon is all about that crucial information that you can get at important moments, and when you have 2 Arvons, it makes it so hard for your enemies to move around.
Awaken Moko alongside that M82B is just absolutely deadly, man. You penetrate the glue wall, you get a tag on a player, you mark him, and the guy pretty much is a sitting duck. If he walks around, if he quacks, you get to tag him up a little bit longer, right? Let's take a look at the top 3 weapons as well. M82B obviously going to be making its way up there as the 3rd most favorite gun within this map, followed by Trogon and the AC-80 taking prime spot. Some things just don't change.
Some things don't change because it always works, right? It always gives you the best out of both worlds. One thing though, you know, when you compare GRC, Aphrodite and E-Arena so far is the amount of kill ratio. I will get into that in a bit, but GRC, Aphrodite, 22 points off of this round. And look at E-Arena, 19 points. More team, well, they got, 21 points also. So overall, this is still a very good run for E-Arena.
It's a fantastic run for E-Arena. Not as abysmal as yesterday. Once again, they only managed to walk away with 3 points.
Yeah.
They kind of got down a little too early. But the exact same thing happened at Bermuda when we opened up the day today. So E-Arena just needs to be a little careful with that if they do want to be the champions by the end of the day. Yesterday was a fantastic run, but they seem to be slacking off a tad bit. 142 points at the moment in the number 1 spot. And Morph team is quickly catching up with 116 to their side.
You'll be very pleased to know that the gap between first and every other position is slowly closing, right? Just thanks to the other team speeding up. But you know, you look at the 70 eliminations that E-Arena got off of day 1. 41 was inclusive of a booyah. So it's more than half of the eliminations that they got. So E-Arena on a hot streak could really basically spoiled the entire market in terms of the point standings. And for now, they had a slow start, but round 2, they recovered just as fine. I think they will stay in first place for a long time. But for First Raiders Eclipse, for Expand, these 2 teams, they are in the absolute hot zone. Lesser than 100, well, more than 100 points in difference compared to E-Arena.
Well, it looks like the team really needs to hustle, not just Expand, but teams like First Raiders Eclipse as well as Team Flash. And at the end of the day, it has to be an opportunity that they start taking right here, right now. We saw Expand kind of roaming around out there on the battlefield. This round was a slightly better one in comparison to the previous rounds, even from yesterday. but it was by no chance good enough to kind of raise them up on the leaderboard a little bit.
Yeah, we're treading into the dangerous waters of saying some teams not having a single chance of winning the entire FFSI. And that is a very dreadful thought. So hopefully Expand and First Traders Eclipse can recover in map 3. We're gonna head to Alpine in a bit after this break.
Dari gua player favorit itu Evos Already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat Evos Already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลยอะ
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
The equation press, Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแปดครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch. อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป Hey Evos, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no.
GRC Aphrodite are blessed by the goddess herself, and we at the hot seat are blessed by all these amazing gameplays. Welcome back to the FFSI 2023 Grand Finals. Day 2, you're here with us, blessed by us, who are blessed by GRC, who are blessed by Aphrodite. My name is Husky, and we have the Mustachio AJ.
Too much of blessings, man.
Blessing is always good, man.
Blessing overload. No. Too much of blessings is not good. Then it makes you slack off. You think that, divine grace will help you, hold your hands, bring you all the way up to the top. Some teams are finding out that blessings are just not enough, man. Just not enough. You need some hustle. You need to follow the footsteps of GRC. And I never thought there would be a day where I would actually say that.
Don't worry, it took me 2 weeks and I'm still coping with the situation, right? My heart still goes out to the teams that didn't make it, but GRC has proved their worth. Can they do it again though? Map 3 is Alpine, you have more team to look out for, you have EVOS Phoenix, you have Magic Esports, and more team is one out of the 4 most consistent team in the Grand Final so far. Alongside GRC Aphrodite, alongside Magic Esports, and alongside eArena.
We had 2 Alpine maps played yesterday, and the team that picked up the most number of points here was, guess who? Your 2-time world champs EVOS Phoenix, with a massive 40 over 2 maps, averaging 20 per game. So by the calculations of yesterday's performance, I anticipate the 2-time world champs to start things off hot. But my biggest question is of course going to be, who takes the hot drop at Stadium?
But that's also because they got a booyah at the very end, right? Their first Alpine map was only 11 points. You have a very different ratio. Expand going in for a swap. Extroy out, Zuez in. You said you want to see a lot more of Zuez. You needed a lot more convincing. Now we get to see him play.
I never said I wanted to see more of Zuez.
You said you needed to see more of him to be convinced. That's the better way to say it.
At this point,
hey man, something has to change, okay?
I would take Roy just to have some, guaranteed points in there. No. But at the same time, it's not like Expand is...
Now you're just making Zuez sound bad. Okay?
No, I mean, he's a good kid.
He is a good kid.
But I just want some solid points for MCPS so that they don't get drowned out with all of this noise that these other teams are making. And speaking of noise, it's getting pretty noisy here. I asked who's going to take the hot drop. 3 teams choose to do so.
2 full teams in FR, they are just skirting around. Dark, what are you doing there, buddy?
4 teams, you mean?
Darko is just...
This is a party.
Went for a stroll, knocked out by GD. But that is going to attract some attention. MG are nearby, SBTC is there, and eArena, the Wraith Rabbits, if they hear a single gunshot, you know they're coming for you. And then Artemis and Saming, they both get a single trade. MG and SBTC kicking it off.
Lozzy brings Darkall right back in here. Shut up! Steals away the slay onto Artemis. I don't think MG is going to be too pleased with that, but now eArena is fully immersed in this battle as well. They're heading deep into this blue circle, and eArena has no idea what they're walking into. They expected teams here, but I don't think they're expecting this many.
It's good news for eArena, right? I see you, I shoot you, I kill you, I get the point. That is how they function. Limit getting tagged at the shoulder. 100 health gone, but still survives thanks to the glue wall put up earlier on. You have Fixer helping out, and now GD, 4-man squad, basically storming the members of eArena. Limit, called out, still wins against Borges. You cannot let that happen if you're GD.
But at the end of the day, it is the one and only Limit. Then Raphael's going to make him expire instantaneously. Limit now going to circle around as he fixes himself. Speaking of fixing, Fixer spots a couple of players from the side of Genesis Dogma. Limit, quick nade, will find absolutely no one as Fixer circles around. It's going to be Dels who backs away from that engagement. Shut Up goes in for the chase. M1887, Limit from afar, gets Dels, finds Yoss as well, pulls out the M1014. Can he find one? Yes, he can. Limit the monster from eArena.
Can we just talk about how eArena was fighting this whole fight with 3 members? August wasn't even there in the entire fight. Limit getting 3 kills. August just showed up.
And he misses the one guy he was supposed to find outside.
Which is fine. They have 5 points, AJ. Don't be greedy with eArena. Well, I say don't be greedy, but eArena is one of the greedier teams that we have seen.
Oh, Craven brings Donbu right back as Wasana forces Boon James to expire. 9fan buys a long con. I guess he doesn't have enough money for Boon James. Boon James is going to be upset, but he'll need to wait a tad bit longer. SBTC hangs on with one hand on the side of that cliff.
First Raiders Eclipse on the other hand, also needing Darko to hang on. Souza, good shot onto Narrow. Damping that pressure just a little bit. North will be able to push on forward to secured that kill. PE Sports trying to hold the fort, holding Darko hostage. Basically, Souza runs out of glue walls, gets shot down by New K. FR down to just 2 members. You see the grenade launcher basically flying through. Don't Cry getting tagged, not down yet. Souza picked back up. New K sustaining heavy damage as PE Sports slowly gets pushed back and Souza gets the snipe.
Lozzie now running from afar. Darkhold down on the ground. Nobody to help him out. Lozzie wants to go in and lend a hand, but North tries to back him up from afar. Souza does not get to him as Nero pops him. This is going to be Don't Cry's time to shine now, but he gets knocked down as well. And Lozzie with a fantastic response and expanded in the 12th spot. Hutomo, my friend, what is happening?
It's deja vu, AJ. The nightmare is happening again. Team Flash ran them down on Alpine. We saw this last year in Bangkok. That was what stopped Expand. And it seems like it's going to stop them in the grand finals thus far.
I'm sorry, sir. Flash didn't stop Expand. Unfortunately...
Flash just played better, okay?
Unfortunately, Expand just... There's something wrong that they need to figure out. Flash just was in the right place at the right time. Anybody could have taken out Expand with the current way they are playing.
So there are 2 teams that have been playing with sort of like the 5th player.
Yeah.
Very clearly, Expand's way didn't work out. But you know which team has been making it work?
Tell me.
E-Arena. Fixer has been playing in the place of Protete since yesterday. And look at the results that they've been able to conjure. I'm not taking anything away from Protete, but I think E-Arena knows just the tweaking that was needed for the grand finals.
Yeah, maybe Protete, has a tummy ache or something. He's definitely
saving
the
him for
better
the
player.
finals.
Yeah, he's definitely the better player with the better stats. But Fixer's not too shabby at all. He's not just a backup player. He's just one of the supreme players who does not have a slot because the other players are just better than him.
Yeah, it's but it's always good when you have a full roster of
great players,
that you can always swap in and out, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see Protete tomorrow or in the second half of the day. GRC, on the other hand, off to a very, very slow start. Just as always, gives us a pretty good reminder of how Morph team plays their round, right? Just slow, steady, very conservative. But I would argue that even Morph teams sped up their executes lately.
Just got a medical update. Protete is sick, actually. So that definitely explains why Fixer is in. Once again, Fixer is a fantastic player.
He is.
But Protete is a god of Free Fire. I mean, there's just no stopping him when he gets on a roll. The only one that I believe does better than him is Limit. No one can limit the capabilities of Limit himself. MGE trying to work their magic towards this next circle. And they're not going to have to do much because they'll have to wait patiently and see exactly where the circle drags them. Are they going to get lucky? No, they'll have to still travel a tad bit more. And they better start traveling now because right behind them is the raging E-Arena.
Yeah, they're going to run into MGE for sure. And MGE have already started making their move. Ideally, that's what you want them to do. You can see Saming, he will take up post just because he is running that Iris. And for E-Arena, they're not going to run straight into MGE. In fact, they might take a detour, have 2 cars to work with, so it's easy to ferry their team right into the circle if they want to. Limit is going to go on scouting duty very far ahead just to see if there is any roadblocks in front of them. You know, Tyson is all alone. He just got revived, so he does need some time.
I wonder why is he called Tyson? Is his mom or dad Thai? Or does he like Mike Tyson?
It could be, or he just wants to spell Tyson differently. And there are a lot of good theories actually.
I think his dad's Thai. From Vietnam, but his dad's Thai. This is speculation.
Speculations.
I'm not confirming anything. He could be a big fan of Mike Tyson. We'll check with him, okay? We'll let you guys know.
Yeah, we'll check with him.
Saming, shots from afar. AC-80 will not connect. MGE trying to flank around from that left-hand side, and this time they want to finish off Morph team a little earlier before they get to that final circle. MGE, Saming and Donbu gonna back away from the compound first, potentially flank from that right-hand side. In the meantime, GRC finds BO. Team Flash have met their match. GRC from across. Res pulls out the RGS. Are we gonna see a grenade kind of fly on through halfway through the map, finding that bridge as well? They do pop those grenades, but I do not see where they're shooting it at. Or who they're shooting it at.
Oh, behind the tree. Get high! Gets the snipe from the high ground. And this is now a 3-way fight. Evo's Phoenix sticking their hand into this. Maybe Team Flash can take advantage of that situation. And this is also a game where Saming is not running the Iris, actually. He had the Homer in his loadout already. Getting Fire is 18 Diaz, straight down, low health, in danger.
18 Diaz saved by Already's mag on that Farmers. Great rate of fire, great damage, but just not a lot on the mag size. Fire gets expanded, 18 Diaz recovers, but this is just momentarily because you've got EVOS Phoenix right behind you. You have got another team right in front of you. I totally forgot exactly who that was. It's Team Flash that they tried to tickle just moments ago. And GRC is going to get taken out as Bloody circles around 18 Dia right in front of him. That Trogon will be pumped out in a couple of seconds. FW Esports in the meantime will be prevented by that Steffi. Perfect pop coming through from FW and his first Raiders Eclipse right in front of them.
Would have been disastrous if that one connected. Naifan was there, GRC. Well, getting shut down very early on in the 11th spot. Finally, we'll see a new team getting the Booyah. Souza did get shot down. First is the Clips not catching a break. North runs straight into the building. Tried to fight two at once. Complete maniac. Ends up getting punished by Boon James. First is the Clips down to just two members. Under the glue wall, Lordy tries to find a cheeky knock. Can't do so as Souza gets eliminated, but PE Esports crashed the party. And even if FW wins this fight, they gotta deal with PE Esports.
Souza forgot he was running the Steffi and not the Chrono. Pops the Steffi out in the open, still gets knocked down on his knees and then instantly eliminated. Lossie got lost to a grenade launcher courtesy of Nero, and now PE Sports taking over the fight. FW, you are next on the platter. Ninefan gonna try to drive away from all of this chaos. In the meantime, Get High, he finds Flash. Rip got taken down by the one and only Get High. Mini Uzi in hand. Bloody with a Trogon. Get High has got a grenade launcher. Bloody does go down to Jonah, and it looks like PE Sports doing its work on FW at the same time as well.
EVOS Phoenix waking up. Team Flash just got wiped. Finishing in nice spot. FW only have one last survivor, Gimelo. It's only DNP that he needs to deal with though. The rest of PE Sports, they are already far and wide away. So this 1v1 is still very doable for FW Esports to clutch this out. Gimelo is going to take the fight, wins this one. Don't Cry comes in to back him out, just goes in for the slam dunk. FW out in 8th.
As predicted, EVOS Phoenix are going to be blazing through this map. They are leading with the total number of eliminations so far, and it looks like the two-time world champs have finally awakened in the competition, making their way towards Snowfall. They will have to go through the Indonesians, Genesis, Dogma, SF, and that's not something that's going to tickle EVOS Phoenix at all. Kiki and Dels will meet EVOS Phoenix halfway. E-Arena a little slow to the party. They get tagged up first by the Homer, slows down the pace of EVOS Phoenix. Already did not get tagged. He pushes on fourth with the M1014, and Genesis Dogma backs away towards the vending machine. Smart move.
Very smart move. They know that they can't take this because there's only 3 members on their side. Get High will try to clear off all these choke points just so the rest of his team can follow up. And now GD, they finally rendezvous, but Jonah already got an initial snipe. Kiki needs to help Dels instantly. Yoss will have to hold the front. Borges, he dropped right in and gets instantly dropped, but it's actually by E-Arena of all teams from afar. So EVOS Phoenix, they don't need to do most of the work. They're going to run straight past GD and go for the circle.
This is exactly what makes them the two-time world champs. You need to know when to fight, when to back away, regardless of who you take on out there in the battlefield. Wasana gets tagged up by a Homer, gets slowed down. PE Sports right in front of him. SBTC in this battle as well. That Homer was courtesy of SBTC. Neo flanks away to the left, hand right in the middle. Neo up top. Craven finds him. It's going to be the RGS 50. Needs one more pop from the grenade. Glue wall does go down, but Neo just brings one more right back up. Getting tagged by the circle at the very same time. And at the same time, 2 teams going in for Neo. Will he stand? No. Saming drops him. Artemis all alone. 2 players right behind him, and SBTC expanded in the 7th place.
PE Sports 10 eliminations. They still have a few more right in front of them. For more team that are joining the fight. So it's another 3-way fight. Big cluster. Wasana chipped down low. Nero still alive. Grenade launcher in hand. Heavy damage can be dealt. Don't Cry with the push. Charge Buster is there. And now the grenade launcher to mow down all of the glue walls. Magic Esports tucked behind that defense. Saming snipes Don't Cry from afar. MGE putting up a very solid resistance as 14 runs past them. Nuke and Don't Cry both go down. Nero is losing steam. Magic Esports have a chance to turn this around. All 3 members still alive as PE Esports gets dropped one by one.
Awaken Alvaro in the hands of Nero. Those clusters keep dropping one after the other, but Magic Esports has got that magical picks he does. Saming down on the ground. This is the opening now for PE Sports. They need to go in for the flush. Nero still alive and kicking, LMG in hand, and it looks like he's not going to be able to do much with his grenades anymore as he gets taken down by Wasana. Donbu shut down from afar. E-Arena sticking their noses into this fight as well. PE Sports might just survive this thanks to DNP. Wasana gets found. Homer tags up Wasana, slows him down. Limit finds Saming. This might just be the end of MGE.
We might see an Thailand versus Thailand final circle, right? E-Arena and EVOS Phoenix on the opposite side of the circle, and they are both just mowing through the competition right now. E-Arena with 12 eliminations. Only 2 members on Morph team left. Shut Up turns the corner. Ice Grenade coming through. Doesn't even connect with him. Shut Up is just going to push right through with the rest of the team. The Rave Rabbit shows right up. And Fixer plus Limit, they will get kills of their own. Morph team no longer a concern. And we are now down to top 3.
Top 3, MGE with the final player available. DNP could have gotten that strike, but E-Arena put him out of the equation instantly. Wasana loses the glue wall, very low on HP. EVOS Phoenix focuses all of their firepower towards him. Wasana gets knocked down onto the ground. End of MGE. Now 2 more teams alive and kicking. E-Arena goes up against EVOS Phoenix. Both full squad. Get high. Just drives in straight behind a big boulder. This is towards the center point of this circle. Smart move by EVOS Phoenix. They've totally taken command of that final circle. E-Arena needs to make a move now.
EVOS Phoenix Get High has a grenade launcher. This could be deadly. Ice Grenade thrown out first. E-Arena knows that they gotta push on forward, but if they can get rid of the 2 members of EVOS Phoenix in the front, they will have a good chance. Orgus drop low, not dead yet. Shut Up, putting up the glue walls. They are taking backspace. This is what you want. And now the members of EVOS Phoenix exposed to the open thanks to the glue wall melter. E-Arena coming in for the pincer. Get High, Mini Uzi in hand, gets the knock, already finds a trade. Limit gets a snipe, but EVOS Phoenix are just too darn good. Finally a booyah in Alpine, but this is the first and second seed of Thailand duking it out, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Limit tries to take Moshi out of the equation, but Moshi was just way too good. Sniper going up against a shotgun master. Moshi was always going to win that. And the prediction comes true once again. EVOS Phoenix as dominant as ever when it comes to the Alpine gameplay.
And E-Arena continues to show consistency on this map as well, right? What a poetic ending. Both teams coming in from the corner, just like Bermuda yesterday, where E-Arena and Magic Esports did the exact same thing. But this final circle was as clean and crisp as you would have expected from EVOS Phoenix. I mean, E-Arena had to fight their way through, but EVOS Phoenix did not give them any room to move.
Double-digit eliminations once again for E-Arena as they make their way into that final circle. Guaranteed 20+ points within this map alone will make sure E-Arena stays in that #1 spot. It's all a game of catch-up for the rest of the teams, especially your 2-time world champs EVOS Phoenix, who are quite a throwaway from the current ones leading the fray. E-Arena don't have much to worry about, but it's just eventually time before they start sweating.
Yeah, E-Arena have more than double the points of EVOS Phoenix at the start of the day, right? So that is going to continue to be the case. EVOS Phoenix needs to have more good rounds where E-Arena bomb out, but E-Arena is not letting that happen, right? So at the end of the day, yeah, sure, EVOS Phoenix, you're getting the booyahs, you're getting the good round, but if E-Arena is having an equally good time, oh, they are going to be very happy with the results.
They are most definitely going to be delighted with what they walk away from. But for the time being, if EVOS Phoenix wants to get up to that #1 spot, they cannot drop the ball anymore. They cannot have any more no-shows like they did yesterday. They have to show up on every single map, and they have to show up in every single final circle to keep the pressure on E-Arena. And another condition needs to be met as well. E-Arena needs to bomb out a couple of times. And I just don't know who can do that.
At this point in time, the only way for that to happen is either you're EVOS Phoenix or you are 2 teams up against 1.
Or MGE.
Or MGE. Yeah. But even that is a coin flip, right? So E-Arena are just on an absolute roll. And so far, I think they are just showing up so strong. Again, we don't see much of Fixer, but you can see that him playing with the team is exactly the same. Because for E-Arena, it's all about fight, fight, fight. But we gotta turn our focus to EVOS Phoenix. Finally, the unkillable Phoenix still playing the catch-up game, but this is a good start.
Killable, but you just can't keep them down because they keep reviving.
They keep reviving.
Very annoying. Very annoying.
You saw that
in a game of Battle Royale.
You saw that in Game 2. You know, some of the players died 2 times, still came back.
14 eliminations comes through this time for EVOS Phoenix. Jonah leading the fray. As usual, always the MVP, always the hardest worker out there on the battlefield, always leading through example.
And it's just, that's the reason why he is the most consistent player that we have, right, throughout the entire league. And, you know, a guy that is consistent in his smack talk, a guy that is consistent in his performance, and then a guy that is just consistent in taking initiative, something that I think a lot of teams have been trying to perform, but just not as clean as what Jonah has been able to pull off. Double chrono, a Steffi and a Skylar is what EVOS Phoenix has always ran, and nothing changed.
A very interesting setup coming through from EVOS Phoenix with the double chrono. I would have anticipated at least a A124, but they just do not want to get super aggressive. And I understand the setup coming through from EVOS Phoenix, mainly because of the abysmal run on day one of the grand finals, where they were being a tad bit aggressive, and they paid for that aggression through losing their lives prematurely in multiple rounds. This time with a much more defensive setup, and of course Moshi is always going to be the aggressive Skylar guy.
Yeah.
They managed to not only get into that final circle, but with massive number of eliminations as well. So this setup currently works for them, but I do not anticipate this setup to run all the way through to the final game. I think it will change to a more aggressive one.
I agree with you. And in fact, we even saw Moshi yesterday running the chrono in like one or two games, right? So EVOS Phoenix, they do have secondary and tertiary setups for the gameplay, but overall this is what they're most comfortable with, and Jonah is the MVP as always. Which is surprising, right? Because week 1 MVP is Saming, week 2 MVP is Limit, but Jonah is always there, somewhere.
Jonah's always there as far as EVOS Phoenix is going to be concerned. If they get the MVP, if they get the Booyah, apologies, he's probably going to be your MVP. AC80 Trogon and the RGS50, making it to the top 3 this time round. And the AC80, that was the gun that Jonah used as well. And it's just insane that this is just one of those long-range guns that you can use in a CQC and still walk away the victor.
And you see the difference in how this gun is being pushed to the limit, right? I mean, you have players like Jonah, EVOS Phoenix, MGE, like Saming. These guys, they go straight for the hit.
Yeah.
And when you get headshots with AC80, it hurts in a different way.
It does. It most definitely does. Trogon, you've got your burst shotgun right there that switches out as a grenade launcher at times. And we have seen multiple times as to how that Trogon has come in super handy. But looking at the match standings here, 26 points picked up by EVOS Phoenix, followed by E Arena, who are just 2 points away from them. PE Sports in the 3rd place with a very decent run this time round with a total of 17, followed by Magic Esports with a 16. Just a couple of points difference between the top 4 teams.
At GRC Aphrodite and Expand, well, they have a no-show this round. Expand is in a worrying territory right now because they have basically no-show since yesterday. Something has to change. They swapped in Zuez, that didn't work out. But one interesting fact is that you compare EVOS Phoenix and E Arena, even though E Arena, they have only 2 less points in this round, they still are extending their lead between them and EVOS Phoenix on the overall leaderboard, which we'll take a look at right now, simply because E Arena just had more total points off of the first 3 rounds that EVOS Phoenix has. 166 for E Arena, with the second team, Morph Team, being 43 points behind them.
43 points, nothing much for Morph Team to deal with. They just need to secure 2 good Booyahs for themselves, and E Arena is going to be threatened. Magic Esports in the 3rd place, and they're pretty much in an equal range away from E Arena as Morph Team is, as they're just 2 points away from Morph Team. GRC Aphrodite, this is the most shocking one. 4th place for this Indonesian team that scraped through to the grand finals with just 2 points on their toe. EVOS Phoenix just still scratching and clawing their way up, but we need to see way more Booyahs, way more consistency out of the 2-time world champs if E Arena is going to be tickled by this.
And the bottom hasn't shifted. First race Eclipse, Expand, and Team Flash are still there. FW Esports moved up by 1 position, but it's an easy position to take over.
Yes. And of course, we do not expect that to be the only final movement of the day. We are barely halfway through. That was just Alpine. We still have got Nexterra, Bermuda, and the random map for play. So this is a perfect opportunity for the teams who are not really doing all that well to gear up to get into that final circle. And I have to say, just follow in the footsteps of GRC. They are not the biggest damage dealers. They are not the biggest slayers, annihilators out there on the battlefield. But safe play always leads you in towards that final circle, unless luck really hates you.
Discipline, composure, and restraint are the top qualities that GRC Aphrodite has demonstrated. Yeah. Well, we have just played half of the maps in this grand finals. 9 more maps remaining, 3 for today. We're going to head to Nexterra next, but that will only happen after a short break. We'll be right back.
player favorit itu FFSI ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI lu panutan gue banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแปดครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับเก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Egot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan.
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih kuncinya jago
ก็ฝากถึงเฟิร์สไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
benar kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the full pass. Rip gone out. Team Flash out.
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire SEA Invitationals, and we have just crossed the halfway mark here on our 3-day Grand Finals. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Husky. We are your casters, not just for today, but throughout the whole Grand Finals, all the way down to the final match. And just when you thought it looks like we found a champion in E-Arena, other teams are catching up, more specifically Indonesia's Morph team.
You can say the same for EVOS Phoenix also, but of course EVOS Phoenix, this is definitely the slowest start that they had to any tournament. They have not cracked the 100-point threshold yet. So that's something that is a bit surprising.
And of course, if they win it from this point onwards, then you know we are going to lose our minds and they are going to get the craziest of hype as they always deserve. But are they going to deserve it more than teams like Flash as well as E-Arena? We saw how Flash ate up Expand, but when EVOS Phoenix wanted to get into the circle, Flash just had to be disbanded.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the numbers again, right? 80% top 3 for Flash, 57% for E-Arena, but both have 8.7 average eliminations.
Yep.
This is just a testament of how E-Arena has been dominating in terms of the kill department and how they have just been ultra aggressive, which is something that, you know, we always advise against for most teams. But if you're E-Arena and your entire team is just made out of attackers, sure, just go for it.
The front runners of Nextera, as far as the top 12 in this Grand Finals is concerned, is of course your two-time world champs EVOS Phoenix, followed by E-Arena. So please do not be surprised if you find these two teams in that final circle. But I'm more concerned as to who's going to engage them early and have the potential to knock these guys out super early, because that will really get the competition on its way. Fixer seems to have dropped a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members at Mortar Ruins, and it looks like he wants to go and tease the players of Genesis Dogma.
You look at Shut Up, he is right in the compound of Expand, and this could be one of those few opportunities. You just get an easy knock, you just get an easy kill, and you just get the heck out of there. Shut Up is ready to sacrifice himself. That's why he's playing in that spot. But look at E-Arena, such a greedy spread, and they are not going to get punished.
And it looks like Axel's still surviving this battle. It's going to get dragged out for a little bit, but Too Fast shows up and shuts Shut Up instantly. Too Fast does manage to get the elimination, and as the captain, he's going to lead his team to victory if E-Arena does not plan to drop by to seek a little bit of revenge.
I mean, there's a vending machine near limit, so he can bring Shut Up back, no problem. More team engaging with EVOS Phoenix off screen, but you also have MGE about to run straight into First Raiders Eclipse.
See who fires the first shot first. Ma'al gets his head knocked off, straight off his shoulders by Get High, who finds that elimination as well. MGE stop.
Well, we got our answer. Didn't have to use much for if you're EVOS Phoenix. What an opening at Museum. I believe this was also where they were yesterday.
Yeah.
EVOS Phoenix ended up winning also. So Museum is one of their more favorite spot. MGE running straight into the face of FR and Darko. He's trying to find a vantage point to support the rest of his team, and he got to do it fast because MGE is gonna gate crash this area. Lozzy does have the latest character, Orion. Let's give you the invulnerability, a bit of a life drain, but you can't drain life if you get down by that cluster nade from Donbu. And with Lozzy down, MGE, they're gonna spring the full assault. Bad news for First Raiders Eclipse.
Let's see how can they sneak away from this one. Donbu gets knocked down. North can still survive and pick Lozzy right back up. Can he reach him? Yes, he does. In the meantime, Darko places the pressure onto Saming. Saming has to back away, calls forth to Mother Nature for a little bit of help, and he goes in for that drop. He's just playing dead at this point of time, whilst he recovers himself, and First Raiders just do not have a clear line of sight to take him out of the equation just yet. Wasana as well as Craven, they back away from this engagement, while Saming now returns fire to distract the players of First Raiders. Darko's going to flank around from that right-hand side to force Saming out of his position. This is just such a clean fight from both sides.
Yeah, Craven is going to run towards Donbu and actually reaches him just in time. Donbu gets picked back up. Now there's an even fight again. Saming pressure from both sides. Darko needs to win this. Saming being really patient with his shots. Time turner used by Darko has to pop right out of the dome just to get a shot in, and punished by Saming. The timing is impeccable by the sniper of MGE. Even shoots Souza in the back, and MGE suddenly takes the lead.
Back to back for Saming. The guy is just absolutely deadly with the woodpecker in hand. His aim is just unreal out there on the battlefield. First Raiders unfortunately just did not stand a chance against him. Darkol is of course going to be claimed as an elimination point. In the meantime, Team Flash meets FWE Sports, and from afar, I believe that was Alongkon holding down the fort, giving the information to Boonjame as well as Gemello. Gemello circling in alongside Boonjame, sending Boonjame first with the Mag 7, with the Mini Uzi. He's about to step on out, but Ripgod and Bloody already tagging him up left, right, center, pulls out a triple glue wall to stay safe, but all those glue walls are going to get taken down in a few seconds. Yanbin from the back, Gemello goes down. Alongkon trades out BO, and unfortunately for FW, Team Flash way too hot.
That was never really going to work out for FW. I do wonder what was the communication behind that. Team Flash, they were like, all right, if you want to barricade yourself with the glue wall, Alongkon can support you. We will just flood you with numbers and win these trades. So FW, very underwhelming exit. First Raiders Eclipse, they still have a survivor, so they will be able to bring the teammate back. Expand, on the other hand, very healthy with the full squad. Team Flash also back into action with the full team. But GRC, Aphrodite now meets EVO's Phoenix.
18 Deer. A tad bit too far to tease EVO's Phoenix, and I would suggest maybe GRC, you do not tease EVO's Phoenix. Of course, there's no way for them to know exactly who's in front of them. Moshi's already sending a few bullets towards the players of GRC. And they're going to have this blue circle all to themselves for the time being, and there's nothing GRC can do about it.
And GRC, you don't really want to push into EVO's Phoenix also, because they know these two teams have the circle in their favor. So there's not really any incentive to leave a compound if you are already controlling one, but this early and greedy spread from E-Arena is still paying off. They're not punished at all, so you can expect all of their individual members to just have an abundance of arsenal to work with once they get into these fights. Too Fast, on the other hand, gets a good snipe onto Souza, and Expand claims another free kill.
Let's see if or not Expand can keep this momentum up. 2 eliminations already, both courtesy of Too Fast. And E-Arena just across the battlefield. AUG in the hands of Limit. Now, Too Fast is just so lucky that Limit does not have that AWM or the AC-80 in his hands. In the meantime, Saming once again strikes, this time against Moshi. And Saming does Saming go down? No, Jonah takes that elimination away from him. Sorry, 18 Dia takes that elimination from him. Jonah goes down. EVOS get high alongside already. They can't do much as the 2 final players here. They have to sneak around GRC, get to that vending machine, and buy back at least 1 player.
It's going to be almost impossible to sneak out with GRC taking the entire roof area. You have Magic Esports also pressuring the outskirts, so EVO's Phoenix is effectively gets suppressed by 2 different teams. There's a vending machine in Farmtopia, but that is also being guarded by Liam. You can hear the footsteps of already downstairs also. This is a tough spot for EVO's Phoenix to be in. I don't think even a team like EVO's Phoenix can make it out of this alive. But the Arena, well, they just got shot by Expand, and I think Expand have stirred up the Wraith Rabbits.
Are they going to be able to take on E-Arena in a clean fashion and walk away the victors? E-Arena, they flank from both the left and right, not sticking together. Those grenades are going to have to be expanded by Expand. If they want to slow down the push of E-Arena, they are now out in the open. Expand putting themselves into a fix now. But God bless their souls as Argus backs away. They do not want to play with Expand just yet. When I say just yet, I mean they still want them as elimination points. They're just finding a better position before they do engage. Limit up top on the roof. Will spot Zuez. Already gets tagged up by Liam. RGS doesn't even need to do much as Fires hits him with the M82B.
And after all of that, EVO's Phoenix actually snuck someone out? Oh, that is very impressive. But Expand now faces the biggest challenge of their grand finals against the team that is leading the leaderboard. More than 100 points ahead of Expand. Cobra on the roof. RGS 50 right there. Fixer easily returning that. MG on the other hand. Well, they just won't get high. EVO's Phoenix no longer a factor in Xterra.
And if Expand can put E-Arena down and out of this, I will have hope again for the MCPS team. Zuez pops the Steffi, backs away. Fixer's gonna flank around from the right. Shut up has the M1014 in hand. Up top, Argus from the back can go in for the support, but finds nobody from the side of Expand at all. Too Fast, just hiding behind a building. waiting for that opportune moment to strike. And just like that, Cobra pops on out. Zuez manages to get that one knock, limit down on the ground, fix it down to August, the final player. And I have hope once again for the MCPS squad as August tries to run away, tail tucked between his legs. The two front runners of Nextera are about to be wiped out. And of course, EVOS Phoenix was the first one. E-Arena follows suit.
SBTC and First Raiders Eclipse, they show up to steal some of these kills. Now Expand, they've gotten rid of E-Arena. That's a good start. But can they take out First Raiders Eclipse? Both of them are in the same position and only one team can make it out alive. First Raiders Eclipse with a full squad still standing. Blue Wall Melted coming through. North taking damage. Darko also as well. Zuez literally taking on the fire, and Cobra downs North with the Charge Buster in hand. And Cobra gets the first finisher. That is the start you want to see if you're an Expand supporter right now. 3v3. Expand covering all bases. Lozzy against Too Fast. Separated by a glue wall as First Raiders Eclipse try to bulldoze it and just flood in. But Expand is keeping them at bay.
Cobra's waiting for the timing. Darkhold has got no grenades to play around with. Zuez needs to strike once again. And he's going to get tagged up by that ice grenade. And Team Expand goes out for the push. Zuez, where are you walking without your gun? Cobra steps on out with a charge buster. Gets tagged up by Souza. That SMG does not do the damage. Time Turner pulled out as well. But Expand gets expanded in the 8th spot. But it's not over yet for the First Raiders Eclipse. Here comes MGE now to sprinkle some of that magic dust on them.
Yeah, welcome to the food chain, baby. MGE here to clean up the scraps. And First Raiders Eclipse absolutely scatters into the wind. It's running in 3 different directions. And MGE is like, oh well, I guess we'll hit for the circle instead. Genesis Dogma, on the other hand, have found themselves 2 fallen members of SBTC, claiming 2 free kills as Magic Esports, oh, they're going to continue their run as they fly straight into the compound of GD.
Magic avoids First Raiders, but Souza says, where you running, boy? I'm coming for you. He parks his car, finds a little bit of a defensive position. In the meantime, he keeps an eye on this battle. MGE goes straight for Genesis Dogma SF. The Indonesians will have to back away from the Thai squad. Donbu does have the grenade launcher. Here comes one quick pop. Wasana will manage to get this as Craven gets the elimination off of Dells, helped by Wasana. 3 players now from the side of MGE heading into this compound. And Souza, what are you doing here, sir?
Yeah, Souza, he's just in a horrible spot right now. Could just be a free point. Donbu drops on from the 2nd floor, pops the glue wall. Not able to get any trade just yet, but Souza, oh, he's just going to participate. He's like, guys, I found 2 teams. Let's try to pick up as much points as we can. Actually downs Craven. Maybe this is a good move. Maybe it will pay off. As Wasana tries to go for a revive on the Craven, the good glue wall blocks the shot from Souza. Magic Esports still on the 2nd floor now, having 2 Indonesian teams that they need to deal with. But Souza pushes through with the support of Lozzy by his side and downs the member of MGE.
First Raiders clearly desperate to get those elimination points. Yours from outside as well. Lozzy will claim the elimination onto Wasana, but he does go down. Saming and Donbu left for Magic Esports. Donbu still has got the grenade launcher, which makes him a huge threat within this circle, and it's a very crowded circle indeed. First Raiders Eclipse will try to storm the front. Genesis Dogma from the back. MGE is going to be pinset, and SBTC just watching all of this chaos unfold.
This is definitely the scenario of a food chain, and North just basically have his skull destroyed by Saming with their snipe. MG, they are still standing. There is a vending machine, but it's in a hot zone. Dells gets dropped by hand. SBTC now actively participates in this fight. As Kiki was able to find a free kill onto Tyson, bringing the numbers of SBTC down to just 3. Genesis Dogma gets a revive onto Dells. This fight is still not over yet, but we will have a temporary ceasefire as Dells attempt to find a spot to get some equipment. SBTC ends up getting wiped.
GRC Aphrodite. How big is the potential of finding their way across to that vending machine to bring their players back? Almost 0. Genesis Dogma holding on to it. Revival platform, on the other hand, in the safe hands of Team Flash. That's a opportunity for PE Sports now. In the bunker, Team Flash is not going to engage whatsoever, but the circle will push them momentarily. BO will have to eat that one grenade. Darkhold runs outside towards the vending machine. This is a big play coming through from Darkhold. North gets brought right back into play, and he flies over the players of Genesis Dogma.
Not sure how much time that would buy, but it certainly would be 3 points for all of these remaining teams as Yanbin was able to get Darko and FR.
Oh my.
They would have a chance to stand. 3 points delivered to both of Team Flash and I believe GRC and GD. PE Sports New K on the ground. You see Nero throwing out the cluster grenades. Team Flash pushing into them already. Don't Cry and Nero under heavy pressure. DNP also suppressed by BO. Doesn't even get to support his team. PE Sports slowly but surely getting ran over. Nero is gonna try to recover some health. Puts up the glue wall. Gets a decent knock. But Don't Cry, well, he's gonna get down. And Nero soon to follow. PE Sports out in 4th and Team Flash still goes.
Nero trying to play survivor and savior, but unfortunately for him, that was the wrong decision made. Either way, he was not going to stand a chance against 3 players who were storming his glue walls, trying to take him out of the equation. Liam hanging on for his dear life. He is not the most aggressive player from GRC. I can guarantee you that. He's not going to look for eliminations. Boyce is going to play the game of survival. Genesis Dogma, 7 eliminations. Finds Donbu. Donbu says hello to him. M1014. GRC eliminated. Donbu does manage to get a couple of players from the side of Genesis Dogma, all courtesy of the grenade launcher. Bloody from afar, claims Dells, and Dells not going to be able to do anything about that alongside Yoss, and they are all pressured by the ice grenades.
The only team that has a full squad is Team Flash, but both MG and GD still have 2 members respectively. There is a chance that they can pick FL apart if they play this correctly. Donbu relying a lot on that grenade launcher, and Sami is going to play from long range again. GD trying to buy some time, but this is the final circle. And it's going to push all these teams right into each other. Team Flash, they have majority control of that final zone.
See how they execute this, as Team Flash cannot get a little too excited. They're out in the open. They have to play around with all of the resources that they have. Natural resources that the map does go ahead to provide as cover before those blue walls come out for the pop. Yanbin finds Donbu. Donbu does not work the magic with the grenade launcher this time round. Must have run out of those throwables. Genesis Dogma with the 2 players now. They take the roof. Kiki alongside Yoss, and both of them are going to stay hidden for as long as possible. But it looks like that Arbon has been popped. The players from the side of Team Flash know exactly where to find Genesis Dogma.
Yeah, they're trapped as well. They gotta try and boost themselves over the wall. Not much medkits left. Yoss and Kiki, what's the game plan? There's one window for you to leap out of. They both decide to split up. Yoss taking 1 point, Kiki on the other, but he's tanking so much damage from the blue. He finally goes down to the play zone, not doing much, and Team Flash just goes in for the finisher. Finally getting a booyah after so long.
Genesis Dogma still maintains performance to get into the final circle, but there's no way they're going to win that fight. But they did drag it out as long as possible to frustrate Team Flash at the very least. It is a very satisfying booyah for Flash indeed. Multiple bloody engagements out there on the battlefield. Earlier they got popped by EVOS Phoenix. This time nothing was going to stop them from getting towards that center circle and nailing the booyah for Vietnam.
A very, very necessary and crucial booyah for Team Flash also, right? We built this entire narrative of Team Flash having a rivalry against EVOS Phoenix and keeping it close on the leaderboard. Well, with this booyah, it's going to send Team Flash to within an arm's reach of EVOS Phoenix.
Team Flash most definitely is proficient at Nextera. They proved that in the group stages. They proved that yesterday by picking up 14 points. And they have proven it once again here on day 2 of the Grand Finals. A solid booyah courtesy of Team Flash. But Expand though, just when we thought that they were going to rise up to the occasion and show us what they're made of, they snuffed out E-Arena, but the first Raiders Eclipse squad made quick work of them.
Yeah, this is just a free-for-all, right? You have Expand dealing with E-Arena, and then afterwards, First Raiders Eclipse comes in, and after that, Magic Esports shows up, and then GD shows up, and SBTC somehow also shows up. All these teams attracted by one single objective, which is the booyah. But I gotta say, Team Flash got the booyah, GD have a decent performance this round, but the most impressive holdout was by MGE. Both Saming and Donbu held on for way longer than they should have.
And of course, Saming being one of the most supreme snipers out there on the battlefield, found it not a problem at all to deal with the crazy situation all around him. All he needed was a safe spot and his scope.
And Donbu's grenade launcher, which has been destroying all the teams that try to push them, right? GD felt it the hard way. They had a full squad, they sent 2 guys in, and they just popped.
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens when you meet a grenade launcher head first. And of course, there's more from Donbu as well as Saming in the upcoming matches, as Magic Esports is not looking to go anywhere but up to the top in that #1 spot. E-Arena still holding on to it. The last time we did check, MGE was not too far away.
Yeah, and I think with this round, they probably would be in 2nd place again. And this is the only team that has not gotten a single booyah so far, and they are remaining consistent in second place.
Yeah.
You don't need that booyah to do good, but we have to look at Team Flash. The first seed from Vietnam that has been taking many low blows from Jonah every now and then, finally showing us a performance. 13 eliminations and a booyah.
It's a fantastic run this time around from them, and Yan Bin doesn't get the MVP, but he does claim 7 eliminations to his name, 2 headshots to make himself look a little bit more flashy, and he did it in the most consistent way possible with 1,093 damage. But your MVP is still going to be bloody with the 3 eliminations and the 1,645 damage dealt.
Gotta check out the team comp of Team Flash as well, and you know they're gonna be running kind of the jack of all trades, right? We've seen this example so many times. You want Homer, Chrono, Steffi, A124, and generally you will spread out the supporting characters as well. One interesting fact is that they have no Capella to go with any of these players.
No Capella indeed, but they do most definitely swap the Capella out by bringing J-Beebs in, having that auto in there as well. And obviously, the one selection that you really want to go for is that Awakened Kelly. You do want that extra speed, and you do want that extra bit of damage with that very first pop. And if you're running the shotgun like Yan Bin does a lot of those times alongside Bio, that Awakened Kelly is very hard to deal with.
And you know who is the actual madman of the team, right? Ripgod. He's the only one with the Awakened Hayato. But your MVP, Bloody, is very clear. He just wants to stay far, and he wants to bleed you out with the Raphael and the Maru and the Moko. Homer is more for a utility setup instead for a rush, but overall, you know, it still allows you to get the job done.
It does allow you to get the job done indeed. You gotta love the combination between Maru as well as Raphael for the quick bleed through that AWM, but you're also gonna decently like how Moko tags up all of her opponents right in front of her the moment that shot connects. Unlike Otto, that requires you to get the knock before any one of those players are marked out there on the battlefield. Talking about getting that mark, you can also put your mark by picking up some of these awesome weapons. The M1014, the most popular one used within this map. AC80, the second most popular, followed by the RGS50.
Honestly, with so many close CQCs that we had this round, I'm not surprised that the M1014 is the most preferred weapon. You see Team Flash use it a lot. You see, I mean, they extended a 2-3 minute, basically Fiesta with 617, M1014, plus a grenade launcher.
Let's see if or not this run can continue for Magic Esports. Like you called out, Husky, they're not too far away from the #1 spot. Last time we checked in, they were in 3rd, but not too far away from that 2nd place at all. Match standings this time around, a total of 25 points for Team Flash. Magic Esports gets a solid 20. Genesis Dogma survives in the 3rd spot with a total of 16 for themselves.
And I think that Magic Esports will basically got a free 20-point lead over Morph Team, right? Because Morph Team got 0. Well, not exactly a 20-point lead, but they're 20 points closer to Morph Team if they are still behind. Overall, this is a good round for Team Flash, for Magic Esports, for Genesis Dogma, who needs it. And also, it's good to see that PE Esports showing up, because so far the first 3 maps for PE Esports have been a bit underwhelming.
The fact that E-Arena bombed out early just means that Team Flash has now cut that lead that E-Arena had over them from 60 up to around 40. So that's a very decent climb coming through from them. E-Arena, of course, still holds on to that #1 spot. Magic Esports take over the 2nd place with 141. Since Morph Team did not really perform in that, they lose that opportunity to keep that pressure in that 2nd place. They drop down to 3rd. GRC Aphrodite still in 4th place, and they just need 2 more booyahs to now contend E-Arena for that #1 spot. But of course, that is asking for a lot from the side of GRC, but hopefully they can deliver.
A big chunk of their points came from the first 2 booyahs we had, right? Because match 3, they got wiped out instantly, so GRC, Aphrodite, they kind of expended a lot of their cushion. The bottom 3-4 teams did not change at all. It's still PE Sports. Well, Team Flash overtook PE Sports, but we still have FW, we still have FR, and of course we have Expand at the bottom.
PE, First Raiders, as well as FW struggling at the bottom clearly shows that it really doesn't matter what you can achieve in the group stage.
Oh yes.
It really doesn't matter how mental you are in the group stage. You can still falter in the grand finals. And GRC proves that it really doesn't matter how badly you play the group stage, as long as you have learned from all of those experiences and you bring everything that you've learned into the grand finals. Because this is the totally opposite side that we are seeing from GRC.
Yeah.
And it's the reverse for Expand. They played great in the group stage, and
it's not how you start, right? It's how you finish. You can get first in group stage, you can get 12, but the final goal is first in the grand finals.
Yeah.
$100,000. The Covenant title of being called the champions, King of SEA Free Fire, whatever you want to label it. And right now, I think chances for some of these teams are really dwindling. 2 more rounds for this evening. We're gonna hit the reset button and go back to Bermuda next for match number 5. But that is only gonna happen after the break, so do stay tuned.
Dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือแหละครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Moshi goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's fire.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the FFSI Grand Finals. We are gonna hit into map number 5 in just a little bit. We're going to the map that is the only word that can rhyme with, well, not rhyme with, but pair with triangle is Bermuda. It's a bad joke, but I'm the guy of bad joke. I'm Husky, and alongside me is the guy with bad humor, is Mustachio AJ.
Nah, I think the audience will definitely disagree with that. They love my humor. They also love my predictions. In fact, Husky, what are you good for?
I am good for...
You're good for matching the color of the team that usually gets the
You
great
are
wins.
correct.
And E-Arena's still leading.
Still leading, yeah. I wore this hoping that Evo's Phoenix would do something, and they did for one map, which is good enough.
Don't rub it in. Don't rub it in.
I'm not. I'm
Two-time world
trying
champ's
my
gonna
best.
come looking for you, man.
I'm trying my best, okay? I saw them want a win in Bangkok. I know what they're capable of. But you know, they haven't made it to the 100-point mark. And that is they're 2 points away. They can do it in this round, for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully they do it in this round. PE Sports 50% now. That ratio is just going down lower and lower and lower. Hopefully PE Sports can raise that right back up after the end of this game.
I'm telling you, the scariest thing is that you always see Arena in 3rd place with the lowest top 3 finish percentage rate.
And then booyah!
And then they have the same amount of elimination as the team in 1st. That has happened the entire day. So E-Arena, there's a good chance that they redeem themselves, because today, at the start of the grand finals for today, E-Arena did a performer on Bermuda, but you know, Garena is an org that always keeps giving. So we get Bermuda again.
You know, even though E-Arena did bomb out with just 3 points at Bermuda earlier today, they still hold the record of the team to score the most number of points on Bermuda within the grand finals. Thus far, they've got a total of 56 points accumulated, and 53 of those points came from yesterday, 3 from today.
Yeah, they are absolutely crazy. E-Arena, Fixer will be out, Protede is back in, and I believe for FW, they also have a swap. We're gonna see Taisi in this game, finally, for the first time, I believe, in the grand finals. And I say that he's gonna get knocked down by Wasana. Meanwhile, Team Flash goes up against GD. And knocked down from Yanbin, going to look for Borges also. And Yanbin, the last man alive, needs to look for this kill, cannot find it. And then Booyah in the previous game, well, one goes straight down the drain.
Booyah in the previous game, and Genesis Dogma says Booyah.
And no, it's just boo.
Boo, yeah. I boo you. Get it? Booyah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That took me a while.
It's okay. Tough joke.
Yes, it's a tough one.
Triple kill.
Oi, Morph, what in the world? They are getting the perfect revenge on EVOS Phoenix. I believe they did engage with them in the previous match. And EVOS Phoenix not down and out just yet. One final survivor there.
E-Arena, they are going to lose 3 guys.
Triple kill.
Oh, looks like we are having a party right now.
We certainly are. This reminds me very vividly of FFWS last map of the finals. MCPS Major, last map of the finals also, where for some reason, we just have all these random wipeouts. Norm just drops in. FR, are you really going to take this though? It's a 3v4. I do not advise against this. Mathematically, it does not check out. Cobra will be able to use that Homer. They do lose 1 too fast, ends up getting traded back, but EXO just buys him back as money can resurrect dead people.
Fantastic push by Zuez, the substitute player of Expand, managing to knock down 2 of those players. One did get picked right back up, but the backup that he did provide Cobra was essential, because Cobra almost expired in that battle.
And he even took revenge on Darko.
There you go.
GRC trapped in their own building. SBTC looking for some sort of an engage, some sort of an opening. FR was able to revive the rest of the squad. Meanwhile, Liam in a battle with Limit. The Tyridum is out. Liam forced to take cover behind a tree. Grenade launcher coming through. Blocked by the Steffi. Limit desperately wants this kill. Wants some sort of revenge on the GRC. But Liam, does have a grenade propped up. It's going to come right through. Limit will dodge that one. A slow push and pull. Shut up comes right with the backup and a backstab onto Liam.
Smart play by E-Arena. Argus and Shut Up brought right back in by Limit. And it looks like E-Arena will continue this run. EVOS Phoenix also has that backup ready. Morph team going in for the final finisher. Jonah looking for a gun, already ready to take them on as they come in for the push. Parafal in the hands of Already is not easy to deal with. Morph team now needs to break away from each other, flank from the left and right as they send Susanna straight down the middle. But EVOS Phoenix is not waiting to see exactly what sort of a gameplay they have. They're running away.
Gimelo, can you hold on for a couple more seconds? It's really close to capping that revival point. That Blue Wall just needs to stand. Gimelo just in time. His team gets brought back as he gets sacrificed. Even gets a cheeky knockdown onto Don't Cry. So that would waste a bit of time. PE Sports wants to see if they can shoot some of these parachuting members out sky, but at least they know that they've gotten one of them.
Those other players are a little bit too far away. First Raiders, Eclipse once again continuing the battle against Team Expand, but that's not going to go their way at all. Not for the time being. Anyway, Lozzy brings out the mini Uzi. Mini Uzi does not shut down Cobra just yet, but it finally does. Cobra does have the mini Uzi as well, but could not pull it out in time. And now the backup from Too Fast, just a tad bit too far away. Suez does find Darko once again. It's a 2v2. A very fair fight, but Suez needs to top his health right back up before they do continue to engage. One revival platform for the winner of this battle.
And Expand has control of it. It's behind the building that they're on. So they can cap it if they want to. FR will give them the time to do so. We'll see if they go for that. FW in the meantime just finds a very isolated Craven on top of this bridge. 2 versus 1 push. Craven only manages a knock, but no secure.
And FW does have the backup from afar, so there's no way they were going to lose that one player. Argus backs away, SBTC on for the push now, but they have to be careful that they don't walk into a trap set up by the arena. Souza gets shut down, a perfect 2v1, but they cannot find the final player.
Lozzy is back in, the fight continues. They don't want any sort of revive to happen, but Axel and Cobra will be bought back by Too Fast. So now Expand have the full team again, as SBTC are going to engage with E Arena, who also had the full team bought right back. Orgus against Artemis, a lot of glue walls. And Orgus, he's getting pressured by Han, also Tyson behind, and it's just so hard for Orgus to do much. But Shada was able to get a good shot on the hand, forcing SBTC to turn their attention to Revival, but they still lost Orgus at the end.
And now Lozzy finds Cobra. This is just insane. They keep reviving each other. They keep taking down each other. Expand and First Raiders Eclipse are going to have like 10 points each by the time they're done with each other.
What is the arena? I mean, they're not getting anything done. Potato, he was the first one to go down just now, and now he is the sole survivor.
Right outside of the circle on top of everything else. This is just going to be the second circle, so he's not going to hurt all that too much. Axel from afar. Let's keep an eye on them. Lozzy does manage to shut down Suez as well. Suez needs to get picked right back up. Lozzy has got the Trogon alongside the Woodpecker, and this is just so difficult to deal with, and Axel says, I'm done with this. I'm running away.
Not that direction, Axel. Not that direction. You're running straight into Souza, that guy. He's going to be able to take you down. Trying to cap this revival point, but it's impossible. Axel needs to run. By the way, Expand got 6 points is off of all these revives. I wonder how many points FR has. And we also saw the application of the Orion to dodge the shot from Axel, and it's going to finally pay off. I cannot believe that this has happened. First Raiders Eclipse, 7 points just off of one team.
They should have just allowed him to revive the players yet again to get to the 10 point that I was talking about. Because why the hell not? I mean, if you've already gone that far.
Might as well just do it, right?
Yeah. What's the worst case scenario? They drop back in with AC-80s and M1014s? Not gonna happen.
You know, it's like those scrappy fights at the bottom of the barrel, where like the two survivors are just like clawing at each other.
Yeah.
Well, FR won that one.
Fortunately for Expand,
if I can farm 7 points off of one team, I would take it any day.
Expand thought the exact same thing.
They kept coming back for more, you know, like they go down, they get revived, and they're like, all right, I'll come back. Goes down, gets revived again, comes right back. It's not a good relationship. It's a Stockholm syndrome.
I think after this event, I'm gonna apply to be the coach of Expand. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, you had the offer.
No, I never did. Hutomo, don't worry, bro. You still got it. But you better do something quick.
Quick is an understatement. It had
now. You better do something now.
It has to happen like few games
ago. What? Punjim, no, pity the guy. No, he was Phoenix. You do not do this to one person.
Oh, they do. They almost ran him over. They sacrificed that one card just to get to him. They still can retrieve it, not a problem. FW losing one member. Oh, they're going to lose the second one. Jonah just jumps right into the glue wall. Melo gets a decent trade, but what are these isolated fights, honestly?
I mean, they got the jump on FW. FW just could not respond in time, and almost the whole team perishes. Alongkon, long time away, can play the game of revival, but he's going to choose to buy them back because he is loaded.
He's so worried that he might be sniped while trying to cap the point.
Yeah.
Only able to bring back one member though. Chai Si
cost 500.
500, yeah. It's not cheap, you know. If there's too much demand for revivals.
That's true.
The inflation does.
And the guy drops right in front of MGE. This cannot get any worse.
Just wasted 500 gold.
Both team keeps an eye on two teams at the same time. GRC, on the other hand, makes a full team revival possible. Lean, 18 there, as well as Raz right back in the mix. They can drop in that bunker, try to see exactly what the other teams have left back here for them. But instead, they're going to look for that circle.
I believe this game has the highest revivals. I feel for sure, right? There's so many revivals. I mean, off of FR and Expand alone, there are at least 6 revivals. Oh, Chai-C knows that he's in trouble.
And he's gonna lie down. It's like, when you know you're in trouble,
he's
take a nap,
levitating.
and your problems disappear. That's not a real song.
That's what they call sleep it off, I believe. Yeah, you cures all your injuries. If you're sick, you sleep it off. If you had a bad day at work, you sleep it off.
Girlfriend drunk you, sleep it off.
Sleep it off. That's very important.
Wife angry with you, sleep it off on the couch.
Still works. That definitely works.
Double kill.
As long as you sleep, you know.
If you made a big boo-boo, you sleep it off outside the house, on the road.
Sure, or in the car.
Yeah,
I think that's
if you've got a car, if you can afford a car.
Yes.
Some people can't, unfortunately. Can't sleep on a bike.
Can't sleep on a bike, can't sleep on a scooter.
You can try. Probably hurt your back.
and
then you'll have to sleep that off.
I highly advise. If your back is hurt, it's hard to sleep, okay? That's like the last thing you want to hurt before you go to bed. I can never understand people who sleep with on their belly. I have mad respect for those people because I can't breathe properly. It feels very suffocating, you know? I don't know how people do that.
Am I a belly sleeper? I'm not a belly sleeper. I'm a side sleeper for sure. Which side do you sleep on, left or right?
Right side because the sun is on the left.
Huh?
So when the sun rises, it comes through the window, so I sleep on the right.
Fun fact, you always have to sleep on your right so that your left nostril is open, you get a deeper sleep.
Is that a... That's interesting. I've been doing it unintentionally all this while.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the info.
Genesis Dogma, slow push. Magic Esports is buying a lot of time, waiting to see exactly what Genesis Dogma does out there. Yoss has got one grenade launcher. Sa Ming flanks long way around that right-hand side. Chai-C watching everything breaking down. Borgay spotted out already. But no action from Sa Ming just yet. He doesn't want to give away his position all that too early. Craven takes that one shot. Cluster sent towards Craven. Takes away half his HP. Cluster responds to Yoss, but he pops the Steffi.
I think Sa Ming saw Chai-C also at the very end. I'm not sure if he is going to take action. But he's preoccupied by Borges, who is just trying... He knows that Sa Ming has the Iris, so he's just trying to not get shot. So multiple glue walls put up. He's still taking some damage, but he is buying a lot of time that allows Kiki to go for his own flank. I don't think Sa Ming sees him though. This is a big opening for GD to capitalize on. Sa Ming now puts up the glue wall behind him as the rest of MG goes in for the push. As Liam does get taken out. Don Bull getting traded back by Dels with the Trogon in hand. GD pushing right through a basically scrappy fight that MG cannot win.
This was just so messy from the very get-go. Yoss and Kiki now alive and kicking. Del's gonna get picked right back up. MGE coming for the push. Sa Ming all alone. Can he get the deed done? Yoss has the AC-80 as well. Goes to meet Sa Ming halfway through. Switches out the wrong gun at the wrong time. And now AC-80 once again hops on out of the window. Sa Ming hops on in. They're just playing catching right now. And this game of tag has to come to an end. Bison will not work against the AC-80. Yoss gets the finisher.
Evo's Phoenix coming back for round number 2 against Morph Team. Ma'au gets dropped instantly thanks to Already. And he's going to keep himself safe. Double glue wall. And some time to work on that health recovery. Pew needs space, but Jonah is right behind him. As meanwhile, E-Arena decides to butt their head in and take out the members of Morph Team as well. But Potato, he's going to be playing from long range. Evo's Phoenix gets control of the compound. Morph Team gets wiped out. FW and SBTC also gets eliminated.
And that's a solid revenge play by Evo's Phoenix. Remember, it was Morph that took away 3 lives from them at the very start of the game, and they hit right back. Unintentional for sure, because there's no way they tracked them all the way in towards his circle. But unfortunately for Morph, they bit the wrong little tiger out there on the battlefield. E-Arena now, the bunny is about to get mauled by Evo's Phoenix, but Genesis Dogma showing up of nowhere is going to help E-Arena find a better defensive position if they can get through the first Raiders Eclipse.
Evo's Phoenix only have 3 guys left. A lot of pressure, get high. He's just gonna use those Blue Wall to buy some time. Blue Wall Melter will run out also and get high, running straight at the members of GD. What is the response? GD getting pressured, not just by EVO's Phoenix, but also by PE Sports from behind. And this is just not looking good. EVO's Phoenix already in the front line already beside Get High against Dels. Can't get any knocks. In fact, EVO's Phoenix now have 12 eliminations as FR gets slowly but surely dispatched by E-Arena.
As anticipated, E-Arena makes the move and First Raiders makes way for them to get into that final circle to play against EVO's Phoenix. But the one team that's going to have something to say is going to be PE Sports. DNP leading the way as they flank around from the right-hand side, trying to put some distance between themselves as well as EVOS as quickly as possible. That's a great move because this will now lead EVO's Phoenix to engage with E-Arena, who are well visible right now towards the middle of this next circle.
Very tough spot to play against, especially on both sides. You're going to get flanked. DNP has a good position to shoot at E-Arena if they really want to. EVO's Phoenix spotted out in the open. Limit getting the tag onto already, but it's not enough. And now E-Arena are the team that has taken point on that top side, but PE Sports are the only team with a decent compound to work with.
PE Sports is out of the circle though. They have to move. They still do have that compound to sneak around with, but it's a very open compound. So that's not the best of places to be, but it's still better than what EVOS and E-Arena has to work around with. I take that back. E-Arena has a huge wall to try to hide behind, but that's only momentarily before that circle forces them in front of that wall. This circle is gonna hurt, but in the meantime, Get High gets hurt, expanded as well, quickly by Argus, and that's a perfect attack by that Powerful. One quick grenade can be tossed, but he chooses to back away and play repositioning first. Moshian already finally moves on in, allowing PE Sports to take fire at them and give E-Arena a little bit of space.
Yeah, and the circle isn't Kaino, so the blue zone makes sure that E-Arena can't hide behind the wall, but a good nade from August gets rid of Moshi, and EVO's Phoenix down on the last legs. This could be just between E-Arena and PE Sports, and E-Arena, they're not gonna wait. Shut up in the front already. PE Sports getting pressured. War Melter is there. Nero now isolated by E-Arena. Needs support from DNP, but a good nade from Nero. Gets the knock. Potato also gets down thanks to Nuke. Orgus goes in for the trade, but E-Arena needs a lot more, and Orgus makes it work with the Charge Buster. DNP drops down. PE Sports and E-Arena in a 2 versus 2. Orgus and Limit, they are down low. Potato expires. Shut up actually also follows suit, and August gets shot down from afar, and this is just down to Limit.
Don't cry as well as Nero. They can circle around. Argus already down, and he's gonna go in for the save onto DNP, making this a 1v3. Can Limit get the master clutch? He gets one, but Don't Cry says, please cry right now. PE Sports back on top as far as Bermuda is concerned. But the absolute obliterators of Bermuda still is E-Arena. The consistency stays. And remember what we asked for at the start of this match. PE Sports needed to fix their top 3 rating as they were losing sight of it. And they did exactly that.
Well, at least E-Arena is keeping up in the average kill department. They have gotten, I think, another round with double-digit elimination. And for E-Arena, the most important thing is that as long as they stay ahead, as long as they're in first place, as long as they are constantly gaining lead, no matter how minuscule, it will still give them a good cushion. And remember, this is the second last round of day 2. E-Arena are putting themselves in a very good spot in the grand finals.
E-Arena is definitely in a fantastic spot. A majority of the work done yesterday, and they continue to chip in a lot more solid points on day 2 as well. Catching up with the leaders of the overall leaderboard, E-Arena, this turns out to be such a difficult measure for a lot of these teams, including a team like EVOS Phoenix. Your 2-time world champs still have not managed to cut down enough distance to catch up with them just yet.
And you know, after that round, again, E-Arena, they are gaining more points than EVO's Phoenix. Yeah. So it is still a rough race for EVO's Phoenix. They made it into the 100-point mark, but you see the deficit. It is still very huge between these two teams. And there's only 7 rounds left, AJ. I think history, a new history being written is within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, and E-Arena, of course, they did manage to meet the players of PE Sports. But unfortunately for them, they could not shut them down. If they did, they would have been able to rake up more points than EVOS Phoenix, because EVOS had a massive round and E-Arena only started picking up all of those eliminations towards the ending part of that matchup. They were playing a much slower round here at Bermuda, which I totally agree with, right? They didn't want to bomb out yet again. They wanted to guarantee some points, and guarantee they did.
And you can see PE Sports having just the expression of relief, right? It's not
Yes.
the pop-off that you saw in the group stage. This is just, we barely made it, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
On E-Arena side, they did what EVOS Phoenix did a couple rounds ago, where they had a very, very horrible start. They lost 3 of their members 2 times in a row, still managed to get the whole squad back and made it to second place.
And that is just absolutely insane what E-Arena was able to pull off in this matchup. To even get to that final circle is one that we have to applaud for sure. But the team stats that we're going to assess is from PE Esports, the winners of the Booyah, with a total of 7 eliminations, which makes me think they're not going to hold on to that #1 spot even with the Booyah about to be snatched away by E-Arena.
And I think this is also a byproduct of how the group stage, well, the first day of the grand finals has gone for some of these teams, right? Teams that generally have struggled the entire day one. Now they decide to switch into a more defensive playstyle. This is something that you see when PE Sports was still considered MDH, a very slow playstyle. The aggression completely neutered by an underwhelming day one.
Let's take a look at their team composition as well. Running the double Steffi this time around, a more defensive composition alongside the Homer and the A124. A124 used more towards the rushes towards the end of this matchup, where they were trying to hold back as much as possible before popping off. That Homer, once again, a defensive maneuver in terms of an active skill played in the hands of PE Sports, only whipping it out when push comes to shove and they need to slow down the forces of their opponents. And it was played pretty decently all the way down to the end.
Yeah, and you know, in these close quarter combat with E-Arena showing through, PE Sports, they do have the utility to stop E-Arena, and all those frag grenades, the grenade launcher, it was just sufficient to prevent E-Arena from getting another Booyah, and that is why you have Nero as our MVP. Very confident man. He knows that he is, well, he says he's one of the best players on the team, and I still believe it.
He is the best player on the team, no doubt whatsoever. The most number of eliminations for PE Sports in the group stage, and he leads them in the grand finals as well. His weapon of choice, the grenade this time around. And if you've got the Awaken Alvaro on your side, if you've got Beaston on your side as well, you do not need to worry about popping this off. And in case you find a grenade flying straight towards your face, you pop this Steffi. I love this setup.
Yeah, and he got, I believe, 2 knocks with the grenade, both of them on E-Arena towards the very end. Just massive effort coming out from Nero. Are we going to see the grenade on the top 3 weapon?
No.
I don't really think so. We'll find out right now. Nope. But we see the power foul.
I wonder if we will get the chance to see a grenade as one of the top 3 weapons used out there to obliterate opponents. I think there is a huge probability that happens, but that's only if all of the teams kind of discuss it before dropping into the match, right? Okay, guys.
We just have this one round where
grenades only.
Grenades only. That would be a fun mode.
M1014, the #1 gun used on this map at Bermuda. Second time round played today. AC80 and the Powerful makes its way up to the top as well. Surprising to not see the Powerful played a little bit more out there, but it is the meta of the shotguns as well as the snipers. 20 points for EVOS Phoenix. They snatch away the #1 spot instead of E-Arena, who have got the exact 20 as well. But of course, EVOS Phoenix wins that out with the total eliminations.
So I guess there's no lead that E-Arena gained over EVOS Phoenix at the very end. This is good for EVOS Phoenix. You're still keeping it as close as possible. PE Sports, despite the Booyah, only got 19 points because they had only 7 eliminations. First Greatest Eclipse stepped up, getting 17 points. 7 out of the 10 total eliminations came from Expand, and that's how Expand got 6 points also.
Yeah. And thus far, EVOS, I believe, has managed to cut down a total of 6 points in comparison to yesterday. And that's a pretty annoying stat because they have been trying to hustle up the leaderboard only for E-Arena to continuously push away from them. Look at this, 188 points picked up by E-Arena, and EVOS Phoenix is just at 118. A total of 70 points more for EVOS Phoenix to catch up to if they want to be a champion of FFSI as well. But Morph Team and Magic Esports are pretty much closer than them. But that doesn't mean anything at this point.
Yeah, it really doesn't for them. We're going to take a look at the randomizer, spin the roulette wheel again. Adrian, what's your map? What is the map you want?
I want Nextera.
Alright, we'll see if we get Nextera. So far, our wish have been granted. And we get Purgatory, which was what we wanted yesterday.
Yeah. So I guess
we'll get Nextera tomorrow.
We'll probably get Nextera tomorrow. But if any of the teams out there are going to be delighted by this, it's going to be Morph team.
Oh yeah?
They are the leaders right now on Purgatory, followed by SBTC. These two teams are going to be delighted that Purgatory was brought right back in, but I think the one team that's going to be hustling out there is EWOS Phoenix, because I finally see some shadow plays of what the two-time world champs could do.
Yeah,
ever so slowly.
And they're starting to adapt to how the teams are dealing with them, right? That is the adaptation that has allowed them to get these good plays. Purgatory coming up next as our last map. We'll go to our break and we'll be back for that round.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini,
untuk bisa sampai hari ini,
kita bisa.
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint. P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. We're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shooting stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming back? Stronger, faster, like a heart attack. I'm making known I'm the master. Think that boom boom need a blaster. What you looking at, huh? We coming for you in the masses. Front row passes, champions roll all access.
All in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win.
One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded and we're ready.
Welcome back, survivors, to the Fire SEA Invitational Day 2 Grand Finals. And we are now at our final match of the day. We are heading straight into Purgatory, selected by the randomizer. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with Husky, the casters for the whole Grand Finals. In fact, for a majority of the FFSI. Thus far, the event has truly been a little crazy with all of the things that have been happening out there, but the one consistency in the Grand Finals is E-Arena.
Yeah, I would add teams like Morph Team and Magic Esports to the list. GRC Aphrodite also doing pretty well. But E-Arena, like you mentioned, has been the most consistent team of all time. You look at the difference between first and last place, it's 140 points. That is insane. Never seen before in the grand finals. But when we look at the top 3 teams of Purgatory, EVOS Phoenix, the team that you mentioned just now, on top of the list, we have Genesis Dogma SF in second and Magic Esports in third.
Let's see if or not EVOS will be able to get something dealt out there on the battlefield. They are not the most lethal at Purgatory because yes, they did manage to get into that final circle, but unfortunately only 13 points pulled away from Purgatory thus far. In Purgatory, you can expect more SC as well as GRC to make it up to the top, and I really hope to see GRC get the booyah this time around. This Indonesian team has shown so much of promise in the group stage, but not a lot of points. But scraping on through, they have proven what they are worth in the grand finals.
And this is another scenario of we're not looking at teams chasing EVOS Phoenix, we're looking at EVOS Phoenix chasing the first place team, like they have always done before. But at the same time, we're also looking at this hidden race between E-Arena and the 2nd to 5th place team. And E-Arena has been winning majority of the race. They've been getting more points little by little, just making sure that they're never within a one-round decider between them and the 2nd place team.
I think it's the consistency, it's the pro plays out of so many of these players. I think Protete, Limit, and Shut Up, these 3 are great damage dealers out there. You can depend on Argus to always bring the team right back in for play as the guy who always backs them up. Protete is going to be camping on a revival point just to be a little cheeky as the team circles around. They want to see exactly what Lumber Mill holds for them, and apparently nothing except a little bit of loot. Team Flash splits off into 2 different directions, and this is a little bit of an interesting drop from them.
SBTC also runs into Magic Esports. Neo will get an easy knock onto Wasana. GD is engaging with EVOS Phoenix. Also, EVOS Phoenix losing 2 already. Jonah down to 44. Has to back off with the help of the time turner. Doesn't have much left in the tank as Borges just secures both Moshi and Get High. What a pincer maneuver from GD.
And if Genesis Dogma has learned anything from any of the past matches, it is get your boys, run out of there right now because you... Borges.
You need to cut the head off of the snake. That is the... Uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah. I told you, get your boys, run out of there right now.
That will show you how to dance.
Didn't listen already now. Mag 7 catches Del's back, and the UMP is not going to be doing anything at all to strike right back at him. Jonah, in the meantime, trying to catch up with the rest of the players, and Dels is going to say hello to him. RGS50 will not connect, but you can depend on Jonah to catch a couple of players a little bit later on. Already, once again, the Mag 7 time turner response comes out through, protects Dels for the time being, in and out of the time turner, and Jonah's the one that shows up, shuts them down, and now Genesis Dogma on the back foot.
This is what we call karma, AJ. They had a 4-2 lead. They decided to not rush together. I think that was a huge mistake. Drove right in, lost 2 members, and now you give EVOS Phoenix a good chance to recover from a deficit that you put them in. I believe this is also the 2nd time these 2 teams clash. Out of hot drop, and GD just not eliminating EVOS Phoenix fully.
Pew in the vicinity doesn't have a pet to detect these players, and I don't think he got any information off of those engagements earlier on. He's going to catch back up with the rest of his team members. In the meantime, Jonah slicing a few bricks, trying to build an experiment.
I'm pretty sure that's not how they built it. I think you need a club.
A club?
I don't know, actually. Those buildings are architectural wonders. Well, Expand, they actually split up to a 1-3 split. Uh-oh! GD! Just lost yours!
This is the part where I say, I told you to run.
No. Run at EVOS Phoenix and wipe them out, not dance on top of the 2 fallen members. That was the biggest mistake. Eagles.
Borges found, but he did manage to pull the rest of his team members right back in. A perfect revival from Borges, but I guess he'll pay for that with his life. Expand, on the other hand, they'll be scouting out the position of PE Sports. A good bunker in front of them, and you know Expand loves bunkers. But I hope they can make something out of it this time.
Oh my goodness, already he's just winning all these 1v1s. Look at that, he has won 3 already. 4 kills, no pun intended. this is a tough one to navigate. But 4 eliminations for EVOS Phoenix so far. E-Arena, they're going to run into FR once more for the 10,000th time in this tournament. And Lozzy is taking a heap of damage. Shut up pressure by Souza, who has the RGS 50, but the time turner will help Shut Up massively in surviving this onslaught. Darko actually also has 1 in his hands and takes our limit.
This is a fantastic attack or recovery by First Raiders. Initially, Lozzy did get tagged up, but now 2 players from the side of First Raiders managing to put a couple of damage to the side of E-Arena, enough to force them away. Protede says goodbye. I think this is the end for my team. And North is going to try to light him up, but the AC-80 does not have the rate of fire required to blow that vehicle up before it disappears behind line of sight. Protede jumps out of the vehicle. That opens him up to a couple of gunfights. Souza now with the MAC-10 tries to go in for the jump. Argus gets taken down with the MAC-10. Lozzy gets an elimination, and Protede, the final player alive and kicking for E-Arena, gets shot at. Glue Wall saves him. 6 more glue walls to work with, and we'll catch up to see if or not he survives later on.
Expand getting ran at by FW. Chai C in the front with the MAC-10 looking for Zuez, who has a nice grenade and a glue wall melter just in case. Puts up his own glue wall, buys some distance, runs into the second building. Just get tagged by Chai C, but you have Cobra right there waiting. Swings out. The timing a bit off, but does have the glue wall to block that grenade. And Expand is on the run. Aloncorn snipes Cobra, who was caught unaware. Cobra goes down. E-Arena for the first time loses all their members for nothing.
PE Sports hears those gunshots and they want a piece of this action. In the meantime, Expand still trying to flush out the players of FW, but they have to deal with a couple of grenades first. Alongcon will get that elimination, and it looks like none of the players from the side of Expand want to respond. With the interference of PE Sports though, Expand might be able to make a way with their lives, but as I say that, they get taken out in the 11th spot. Wow, these boys are unfortunately clunking out a little too quickly at FFSI's Grand Finals.
Oh, they really are. I think just average placement is bottom 3 throughout majority of the Grand Finals. Team Flash, on the other hand, are basically getting served by Morph Team. 4v1, Bloody on the run.
Oh,
and he's also out. Morph Team getting a clean wipe.
Morph in the 3rd spot at the point of time where we started off this game. And they are, I think, 15 points behind Magic Esports.
Yeah, there's a good chance for both Morph Team and Magic Esports to close the gap with E-Arena, right? Because E-Arena got 0 points this round.
And of course, they will close the gap looking at their current performance. But if Morph wants to stand a tighter chance of climbing up and challenging E-Arena for that #1 spot, they need a miracle. And that miracle could just be First Raiders Eclipse as well as PE with a combo to take out Magic Esports, who seems to be rotating directly towards them.
Absolutely, and you look at Morph Team, they are not going to be threatened, at least for now. And they are also holding a strategic position, right? If they want to take that bridge to gatekeep any teams going into the safe zone, they can absolutely do so. You have 2 teams that will have to cross that bridge. You have GD, and you also, I believe, have EVOS Phoenix.
EVOS usually does not run straight towards the circle. They try to skirt around the perimeter, and if they continue doing that, then it's going to be a problem for Morph Team, because yes, Genesis Dogma is very close to them, but once EVOS Phoenix gets through Genesis Dogma, they're going to meet Morph Team. So this is going to be a opportunity for Genesis Dogma to stay silent. No, EVOS is not going to allow them to stay silent. Finds Dells, MAC-10 does absolutely nothing. 2 players hop on and get that elimination, and they spot out more.
That was one of the craziest Charge Buster play I've seen. Get High jumps off of Zigo and instantly gets a 1-shot. And this is just karma biting back at GD. They should have gotten rid of EVOS Phoenix so long ago. And EVOS Phoenix shows up, wipes out 2 of their members. And Kiki desperately trying to cap this point, but he just needs so much longer to do so unless he can get 2 massive shots onto Get High and already.
One more?
Lands the shots, but the damage, not enough. They're going to push straight into Kiki. Maybe the entire fate of GD rests in Borge's hands. Kiki's going to put up that glue wall just in time to bring the rest of his team back. And now he's going to get down by Get High. And all 7 points that EVOS Phoenix has are courtesy of GD.
Fantastic play by Genesis Dogma's Kiki to bring the rest of his team members back with 4. He got taken out of the equation there. A good pass of the vehicle to Get High. And Darko manages to snipe yours straight out of the air. First Raiders Eclipse gets elimination #5 before getting towards the next circle. But this is going to be a big fight for First Raiders if they have to deal with Morph towards this next circle. It all depends on where Lady Luck takes this next safe zone to.
GD are falling apart at the seams for sure. FW also picks up Dells. Another free point. And now GD are completely on the back foot. They have nothing to work with for at least the next 5 minutes. FR will run into Morph Team pretty soon. And this is the fight that Morph Team needs to win.
At least GD's not out of the equation just yet. One more player can play a miracle revival gameplay, but we have got no information as to where he is at the moment. First Raiders Eclipse still will be in the circle when this safe zone does close in. Even if they're not, it's not going to hurt them all that too much. They're not rushing in towards Morph Team. They don't have that information. Might have spotted them out looking at the way they're behaving just at that slope there. And in the meantime, Borges, the guy who got revived, is returning the favor.
It's going to be a slow game from here on now, and there's not much time, AJ. It's already 10 minutes in, and they will be immediately spotted by First Raiders Eclipse again. A shot too long for Darko to snipe anyone, so GD gets to live on for a bit longer, but I don't know if they have enough time nor space to get geared up for the final circle.
Well, they land literally outside, out in the open. Yoss, just with the secondary, is not going to be able to back up the rest of his team members. Jonah's vehicle already on fire. Moshi hops on out. Jonah alongside him as well. Everybody circles around from the right-hand side. They're going to meet GRC halfway through. Cluster will drop towards their left-hand side. Chips absolutely no one. And look at this rush coming through from the two-time world champs. Already yet another glue wall. And a courtesy grenade will get tossed in yet again. And the Homer gets popped as well, just to slow the players on the side of GRC down a tad bit. Already with the M1014, goes in for a couple of pop. Time Turner gets pulled out as well by that Chrono. Finds no one, but at the same time, they do not get tagged. And there's a great wall of GRC just stopping EVOS Phoenix for the time being.
Yeah, Moshi able to push right through, ends up getting down. And GRC basically winning this fight. Jonah, can you do this clutch? Even for Jonah, it is impossible. EVOS Phoenix falls at the hands of GRC.
Great wall of GRC. Impenetrable for sure. And this was a team that many underestimated in the group stage, and they are proving their worth out here in the grand finals. And what better way to do it than to shut down the two-time world champs in such an easy fashion. Donbu down on the ground. Saming needs to recover now. But look at this flank coming up. Just anticipating that push coming through, but it was mainly because of that Moko tag that he already got earlier on. That's the information gameplay that makes MGE so deadly. And SBTC now gonna pay for their sins for teasing MGE.
And even so, that shot is absolutely out of this world. Iris activated also. He exactly knows where Tyson is. There's no way for him to get out of this situation. Donbu will nade him. Tyson gets collected by MGE. But Sam Ming, my goodness, with that point-blank shot, saving his team. PE Sports, on the other hand, have just found Borges. GD continuing to receive just an endless punishment thanks to the shenanigans early on.
PE Sports, good spot now. Oh my, but Genesis Dogma outside the circle and now 2 circles away. This has gotta hurt. They gotta use a lot of utilities to just get back into the safe zone, and PE Sports right between them. And that's just one player out there. There's a high potential that he gets sacrificed here. I don't know how much more of those medkits he can apply before the circle finally takes a toll on him. Susanna circles out. Morph Team gonna meet PE Sports halfway through as PE Sports launches themselves onto the roof of Morph Team.
Now Morph Team have a big problem. Can they get rid of this PE Sports? It's a SWAT team. Craven, on the other hand, does see the members of GD. Kiki gets sniped by Donbu from up top of the cliff. Chaisi actually decides to butt in, but Wasana puts on the time turner, gets rid of Yoss. Also, GD losing members. Can they get Craven back up? That is the important question. And they will be able to do so with the campfire even to heal him up. Kiki now sent on the run, but there's not much space for him to work with. FW now forced to deal with FR on top of their roof.
This is all fine and dandy as long as Morph does not get involved, because they're looking for the #1 spot. And MGE is still alive and kicking to make sure they don't take away that second place. PE Sports gonna be annoying up on top of the roof. FW deals with First Raiders Eclipse in the meantime. And PE Sports pressures Magic Esports, leaving Morph Team totally out of this engagement. But if MGE steps up into the line of sight of Morph Team, one can anticipate a few shots from them as well, or potentially some elimination steals.
Yeah, Timing is the only guy out in the open, but Darko, what a snipe onto Don't Cry Skull. Now spotted by the rest of MGE, they gotta turn their attention over to MGE themselves. Lozzy, good cover onto Saming. And Loz even finds Wasana. What the headshot. Absolutely lethal from this range. And the rest of FR basically just pelting MGE from this distance. And FW not challenging, they're letting this happen.
There is a high probability that the players on the side of Morph Team does overtake MGE, all thanks to First Raiders Eclipse, who are finally showing up in that final circle with a lot of aggression. In fact, the most number of eliminations got in this match so far. SE gets eliminated, all thanks to First Raiders North. MGE, 5 eliminations in hand, cannot seem to get into a better defensive position. First Raiders with the 10 eliminations up on top of a roof, they play in Batman.
Yeah, Susanna just got down by one of the PE Esports guys, but MGE are just causing problems for players on the roof. Souza, what a nade. The PE Esports, they're still camping on that roof. Along Khan, snipe onto Ma'ao. More team suffering a lot of pressure from FW and PE Esports themselves, and even for MGE, right? This is the team, we say that they're out in the open, but they actually have the edge of the circle to work with.
Edge of the circle as well as that slope, so line of sight can be easily broken from the side of First Raiders Eclipse. First Raiders will keep an eye on that area of the map though. In the meantime, PE Esports full-blown fight against Morph Team, and they all go down. They all go down one after the other. DNP, the final player, alive and surviving, and he's just going to play for placement points at this point of time. It'll be absolutely insane to take on Morph in the current situation. And this battle is impending between Morph and MGE.
Yeah, it really feels like fate has willed it so, but you also have FR and FW to consider about, right? FW themselves preoccupied by the members of PE Esports. Morph Team continues to push forward, taking center stage, and that is just the perfect place to be in. As before this final circle closes in, MGE, they got to make a move.
MGE has been spotted out already by Morph Team. Morph Team has got the better defensive position. They can climb up towards that second floor and play this circle out as long as possible before it fully closes, before they can reveal themselves. And MGE just does not have that leeway.
What is the play going to be? The siren has already sounded. MGE needs to move in. Saming gets sniped. Morph Team turning their attention onto the best possible target. Big cluster from Susanna. Saming eliminated. They're going in for the push. This is the best possible scenario for Morph Team, and they get rid of MGE without breaking a single sweat.
Fantastic. Now they've got 9 eliminations already. The best thing that can happen to Morph Team right now is to take that Booyah as well. FW will need to be dealt with though, and it doesn't seem like Genesis Dogma will be a huge fight. First Raiders Eclipse takes a fair fight against FW. Both of them thin each other out, and Morph Team finally drops by to say hello. But Borges catches Susanna off guard. Susanna down on the ground. Genesis Dogma out, and it is Pew that puts down the final player from their side. FW has one final survivor, but First Raiders Eclipse with a full squad.
And they were able to heal up towards the very end as well. They bought enough time for themselves, and here comes the drop right on top of Morph Team. Pew goes out. Ma'ao in trouble. Nog with the charge buster in hand, and Morph Team are dropping like flies. And in a blink of an eye, First Raiders Eclipse claims the Booyah in the last round of the Grand Finals for Day 2.
First Booyah in the Grand Finals. They were in the 11th spot when we started this match. They only had the advantage against Team Expand with about 20 points. In fact, lesser than that, about 14 points. And with this victory, it helps them climb up the leaderboard just a little bit. But I don't think it's even enough to get past that 7th rank.
I do agree with you. I think, for First Raiders Eclipse, this is just a small step in a long journey. I say long journey, but that journey is about to end in another 6 rounds. But for First Raiders Eclipse, at least they have broken free of the shackles of this constant tug of war between them and Expand.
And of course, Indonesia can be very proud of their teams. Both First Raiders Eclipse and Morph getting into that final circle. GRC performing pretty decently as well. And this shutdown of EVOS Phoenix was just phenomenally played out. And it was through the Trogan as well as the M1014. 2 supreme weapons. But that did not last long at all for GRC, because momentarily later, they got shut down.
But overall, it also enabled teams like Morph Team and Magic Esports to really catch up to E-Arena, right? This entire game, you look at the 4 Indonesian teams, they both contributed to the standings in a certain way. They influenced it in different manners. You have GD not finishing off EVOS Esports earlier on. That bit them in the back.
Yep.
URC gets rid of EVOS Phoenix, and they get wiped out. And then you have the final circle between FR and Morph Team. Morph Team wiped out MGE.
It was just crazy, man. Just back and forth all the way out there. But that is exactly what you can expect in a game of Battle Royale, especially one as amazing as Free Fire. With First Raiders Eclipse finally hitting their first booyah in the Grand Finals, could this be the rise to being champions? I think we're quite far away from that. It will require many teams to really not show up on the final day, like literally not show up and get disqualified.
Yeah, you need many teams to not get 0 points, but we only have that much 0 points to give away, right? We only have 2 of them, in fact. Anything beyond that is 1 point. So First Raiders Eclipse, I think when we look at the overall leaderboard in just a little bit, we can start to get realistic and look at where the hierarchy is, right?
Yeah.
E-Arena should definitely still be at the top, but we need to talk about First Raiders Eclipse nonetheless. The second seed from Indonesia, but also the most veteran representative from the region.
And this is a massive round from them. Finally, Team First Raiders Eclipse chooses to wake up out there on the battlefield. They get a total of 16 eliminations, and Souza rips away the MVP title from North with 2,592 damage and 3 eliminations. North does excel in terms of taking those eliminations, just not great on the damage part.
And for the team compositions that First Raiders Eclipse run, and that is where we get to finally feature the Orion, right? And at least in this round, we get to see it in a full display. Is it? No, in the last round, we get to see it on full display by Lozzy. Invulnerability, when you use it and you drain the life of your enemies around you, and he also showcases the Miguel, which is for the very first time in this entire FFSI that we've seen this supporting cast.
I have no idea what Lozzy is thinking, but he seems to have some sort of a strategy going on here, because when you bring Orion in, it's purely for that survival gameplay. Once you pop his active, you're not going to be able to damage other players. They can't damage you, but you can steal away some HP. Not enough to sustain long enough, but I guess it seems to have worked out for First Raiders Eclipse this time around. Souza, the MVP, his favorite weapon and most used one for this particular match to get that title is the grenade, supported by Alvaro and Beaston.
And you know, when you look at the First Raiders Eclipse, right, it's pretty daring to bring in something so different in the grand finals of all stages for a regional tournament. But either way, we have the Trogon as the most used weapon, followed by the AC-80 and the RGS-50. And because this is the last round, I think we also have some time to just quickly break down what was Lozzy thinking, right? You have the Orion and the Miguel, and what Miguel gives you is extra energy point for each kill, which allows you to use Orion's ability faster.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of conditions that he needs to fulfill.
I think he is testing out a new meta in the wrong place. Lozzy might have gotten away with it in this round, but hopefully whatever he's testing out proves to be the secret weapon for FR to use against some of these other teams who are not jumping onto the Orion bandwagon anytime soon for a good reason. Once again, that active skill is not my personal favorite at the moment.
First Raiders Eclipse, 28 points off of this final round of the day. More team with 20, FW getting 16. Evo's Phoenix, even though didn't place too high, but they have 7 kills for themselves, 9 points. And of course, we have E-Arena and Expand donning the bottom of the round standings, both getting a big fat 0.
Hey, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. E-Arena crashing out early just means that Morph as well as Magic gets to catch up a little bit closer to them, and it looks like Morph has done just enough to cut the distance down to 6 points now. Not enough to take away that second spot. Magic Esports will be pressured though, because they have Morph hot on their heels. E-Arena quite far away from Magic Esports. They have got a 30-point lead. And if it wasn't for a blunder in this round, they would have been able to keep that pace up. And look at EVOS Phoenix, surely, slowly but surely chasing for that #1 spot.
GRC Aphrodite is just 1 point behind EVOS Phoenix as well, right? So overall, this day is still a testament of how strong E-Arena is. But we have the top 3 performing teams for day 2 of the Grand Finals. Magic Esports coming in first with 75 points gotten today. Genesis Dogma SF 72 and GRC Aphrodite with 71.
This is just crazy. And by the way, First Raiders Eclipse did manage to hit 71 points as well alongside EVOS Phoenix. So many teams have been performing phenomenally, but no one team was on a breakout run like E-Arena, which is the main reason why so many of these teams got to share quite an equal number of points, which could be good, which could be bad as well. Because if some of these teams, and in fact some of these teams were already on the upper half of the leaderboard, it doesn't really switch around the leaderboard all that too much.
For E Arena, it's still okay news, right? Because they had such a good day one. Day two, not the best, but they still have at least 2-game lead over the second place team.
Unless, of course, they bomb out, and then whoever who gets that booyah between Morph or
Magic.
FGE gets like a 30-point booyah, right? So that is just enough to catch up, and that'll just blow the whole competition wide open once again for the #1 spot. And I love the fact that it's happening by the end of day 2.
Well, we have the final day of the Grand Finals coming up tomorrow. That's where we will crown the champions after 6 last rounds. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, for more Free Fire action. Good night.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over.